Lethlin, Alrai, Danny the Pooh. Hello everybody, I hope you're doing well, and well, let's just do some random ancient cave thing. There has been 2 patches since last time. Let me actually read the patch notes real quick for anyone who is curious. Also, the seed currently I have is Mara, Don, Thaw. There we go. Basically, it's just marathon. No, nothing is in between. Alrighty. Let's see. Version 0.62 changes. Increase experience gained on casual mode. Fix an issue where magic defense was not being scaled properly for enemies, causing spells to often do 1 damage. Oh, I like that. If spells seem OP now, let me know. This has not been fully tested. Okay, apparently offensive spells should now be more useful. Hopefully not too strong. You hate your fingers, why is that? Yagamoth? More like Yagamoth. Welcome, Alrai. Or so, should I say, you are alright. Greetings to you, Andershatum. How are you doing? Marathon Day on April Fool's Day? It's just kind of, I asked around as to whether I should do it on April 1st or 2nd. First, most people voted for because it is for, well, instead of it bleeding from Sunday into Monday, it bleeds from Saturday into Sunday, which is more convenient for a lot of people. So I hope the 1st of April is not going to be too bad overall. Although I do expect some shenanigans. Hopefully it's going to be good-natured. I don't mind pranks if they are good-natured, so to speak. And greetings to you, Chaos Astora. And greetings to you, Hers. Hope you guys are doing well. 5 out of 7 would buy again. Yeah, I'm off. I guess. And greetings to you, Carbondish. How are you doing? Let's real quick check the rest of the patch notes. Decrease gold drops on really hard mode. No, okay. Make the mana for exits a little fancier looking so they can be recognized better. Thank you. Reduce the timer on teleport for off-screen characters. Hopefully this reduces the chance of soft locking due to only a live character being off-screen. Yeah, that makes sense. Fix an issue where off-screen characters teleporting on cave max would sometimes be unable to move after teleporting. Nice. That is actually really awesome. Reduce the amount of whip posts on mana fort maps. I approve of that as well. This involves some changes in generated SNES code, so if anything causes new crashes, let me know ASAP. And then version 0.63, just minor bug fixes. Tunpole and friends should now have sufficiently low MP so they don't just heal indefinitely, which is nice. And fix the NPCs being placed on tables in Rune's tile slot. Yay! Alrighty, let's get this going. It's a perfect day for marathon. Something like that. We'll see. Fancy looking. Oh, the sprite looks pretty nice in the blue outfit. The boy basically has a black outfit now. The lady went full neon colors, I guess. Alrighty, let's see. Cestus. Beast damage, adds constitution, cuts Bulger. That should add defense, please. A short sword with an S-shaped guard. A short sword? It's a 2-handed sword, buddy. At least in Ragnarok Complain. I don't know about other sources. Chance to engulf, nice. Adds humanoid damage and intelligence wisdom. Chance to engulf is really awesome. Gorehull, chance to freeze. Adds intelligence wisdom, perfect hit rate with the Gayborg. Or Guyborg? Giborg? I don't know. Hammer flail, adds constitution. Bow of Hope, Intelligence Wisdom, chance to poison Chakram, adds Constitution, Light Trident, chance to poison. There's a bunch of poisoning stuff here. Alrighty, we definitely use the Cutspout for the boy, for obvious reasons, because it can engulf. Hammer Flail probably just on the lady, for ranged use. There is nothing that increases strength, so might as well keep the sprite on the boomerang for now for poisoning. Hey Blood, how are you doing? How's it going? Lady's going to rave again, apparently so. Hey Leela, how are you doing? Good afternoon, good evening. It leaves a back door open where you don't feel like doing it. Just go April Fools. The stream's going to be watching The Little Mermaid over and over again tomorrow. Yeah, let's not do that. That'll be pretty ugly on face instead. I think that guy is stuck over there. Also, my damage is really low in comparison to enemies, so that doesn't help us. I really hope to engulf him in flames sometime soon. Otherwise this might be a bit difficult to... Oh, there he is, engulfed in flames. Let's just keep him that way. I don't want to have the boy standing next to him in case he breaks out from the engulf, because that would be really unhealthy for him since he would have died to it. Stand next to this guy so he cannot hit me. They basically have a whip type attack where close to them you cannot get hit, so that helps. You're doing awesome! Nice, that sounds amazing. You will level up to Crazy Cat Lady level 2 soon, according to Hedo. Well... well, make sure you can take the responsibility, but... in the meantime, have fun with it. Good luck with that, Leela. Where is my... Oh, I was about to say, I forgot to actually buy stuff for today instead of just for tomorrow. That's not the case. Give me a second. There we go. I usually, nowadays, I have one bottle of iced tea, which is usually a 1 liter this time today, too, and the rest is going to be water. I think that is actually pretty good for me overall. I seem to sleep way better since then. But that might also just be coincidence. But hey, who knows? I'm going to go with coincidence unless it keeps up that way. Let's see. Tomorrow might be your lucky day, Yaka, if Yaka gets sick. No! Little Mermaid, let's put it this way. I kind of liked the movie as a kid, but the more I think about it, nowadays I don't think I'm much of a fan of it. It has nice music, I guess. It's not terrible, it's just... I don't necessarily agree. Or more specifically, when I was a kid, I would agree with the mermaid lady. That just kind of, that's bad if he just kind of encloses her in and all that jazz. But nowadays, I would be more inclined to agree with Triton. That's just how it is. Doing good, glad to hear that. Been home for first week of a training course and the hostel I have, it doesn't have any internet connection. No, that's unfortunate. But hey, glad to hear you're doing good, and hope the training course is going well. Oh, nice, there's a path over here. We don't have to whip hole the entire way anymore. I approve. At least 1/3 less whip holes in this area. Hey, Andini, that's a good start. Andini allows us to heal for MP cost, which is good, because, well, we kind of want to heal eventually, since currently we can't just... That's a weird area. Currently we can't just rely on level ups for us to heal, but soon that will not level up as quickly anymore. Can we? No, there's nothing down there, is there? I don't think there's anything down there. Oh, there... No, there is not. Hang on. This does no longer work, apparently. I can still do weapon crafting. Oh. It might soft lock me, but that's okay. Oh shoot. Alright, let's try this again. I should not have done that. J, because Coface is awesome. R, because Ryu Rip Runners is awesome, and... U, because I really like Uncapable. Especially his Uncape Heart. Uncap Heart? The seed is still Marathon, it's still the same seed as before, so... that's a bit silly, I guess. Just a little bit. That's bad for us. Also, I need to have the lady use the whip instead. Hey, I have a deja vu. The ninja guy hit me again for 42 damage. Boy once again has this amount of health left over. The only difference is now that I defeated the other guy first. But that's okay. 2 chests this time. And an X orb right away, that's pretty awesome actually. And another orb, wow. Spear orb and Axe orb. Well, those are 2 good weapons, I like them. Let's go. Need to find Watts though. We haven't found Watts yet, but we found Undini, so I need to go and get her again. As soon as you have Undini, we can actually turn it back around, because we don't have to go any further. Oh. Those guys also have a fair bit of defense compared to other enemies. If you compare it to enemies like Rabbits, Silktails, or anything like that, they have 0 defense. This guy here, and pretty much everything in this area seems to have a fair bit more defense. So I need to be careful about that. I don't remember where Undini was. Was it to the right or here? Let's see. Not here. Welcome back indeed. I think it was here, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, there we go. Alrighty. Dini, welcome back. I just kind of soft locked there. Whoopsie. Hey Don, how are you doing? Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody? Sure, good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to see you, Don. How are you doing? First light? That's kind of rude. I don't think I even knew they could cast Earthlight, to be completely honest with you. But it's kind of news to me. I shot this guy to the side, so if he would throw his shurikens, he would not actually hit the sprite. At least that was the idea. Also, currently the boy is hitting the rope pole, which means he does not lose stamina after hitting. So I can immediately hit the ninja again as soon as he gets out of the hit stun. First light, rude. I don't know how much damage that will deal, so I'm just going to heal up the boy ASAP. 65, alright, he would have survived it without me healing up. But I probably want to heal up either way, considering that the other heal up method would be a level up. But considering if we get a level up, everybody gets a level up, since experience is even among all characters. So it would make it easy. Oh, by the way, that's a meanie. Those little tiles here usually indicate a place where we can go to, as in an exit. I think most of them didn't quite consider that. Oh, there's an exit. I did not see that first time through. Wolf. He's engulfed in flames, that's good. Let me actually push him a bit further over there. Preferably not getting hit. Oh, okay, he's engulfed again. Because if he breaks free and then just combos us, we are dead. You need to be careful with those wolves. I did not even see what that was. Oh, fairy walnut. That's nice. If you eat him, he can't cast Earth Slide. You'll be surprised. I think you need to specify eating a bit more for that to be truly valid. So, alrighty. I'm standing to the right of this guy, so in case he attacks, he would attack to the right towards the boy and not hit the sprite or the lady. Just the entire idea here. Although he got hit stunned anyways. Those guys can be easily hit stunned, a lot easier than I originally knew, so to speak. Also I want to push this guy a little bit off to the side, so he would not just run us over in case, or once he managed to get free. Right, and the lady will do this for us, I think. I'm not sure the ball can even reach there. Doesn't look like it. Okay. He keeps healing. We should deal more damage than he heals though, so let's see how that's going to work out. Plus he's engulfed now, there we go. He's roguelike and there's some case... No! There is no debate. Rogues are friends, not food. I would not eat that little guy either way. I don't think it's particularly tasty. Although, you could make a case of you don't necessarily would eat him because it's tasty, you would eat him because he would stop casting spells. Which, I guess that could be fair. Oh, barrel. We need barrels. And I guess the rest as well here. Back to our old binding routine, it seems. No! And hey, Blot! It actually trained with you. That's awesome. I thought I wasn't food, but the rabbit feel differently. You handle too many tacos per day. I think you taste like taco at this point. Maybe that's not too many, but it's a lot. I don't know. Who knows? So we have a bunch of barrels, and we can still buy barrels in the next floor, so I will probably take advantage of that. Because only every 2 floors the inventory from Nico actually changes up. So I keep this guy that little guy down here, attacked. And while the sprite and the lady take out the knight up there. You can stack damage on the knights, but it's more difficult on those little lizard dudes if they are not engulfed. But if they are engulfed, you can stack damage on them, no problem. It's pretty awesome. We need to find wards. We have 2 orbs, a sword and a spear orb. Oh, maybe one other one? 1 in 4 chance? Oh, it is another one. A whip orb. Hey, I take that. That's nice. I like whip orbs. You should count down to 65 tacos a day. Doctors are amazed at how you're not dead. I guess that's the thing. After a week of not being here, Rabbit might have forgotten you. But maybe it's just kind of happy that you're finally back. Oh, reaches level 1. Invest. Invest is nice. I probably should start leveling up the spear. Oh. No, let's start leveling up the axe, because at least the axe can get upgraded as well. If we find what that is. And it would definitely help having the axe already going towards WoW level 2. Rude. Also, let's see. Probably want to start leveling up on Dini as well. Let's see how much damage that deals. Not too bad. Probably could be a bit better. Those basilisks have usually rather high magic defense, but they are also susceptible to wind magic. We don't have wind magic, but oh well, that's not everything either way. Those Ecatris are the exact opposite, which by the way, Ecatris are not the same enemies as you find on the lofty mountains apparently, which I did not know for a long time. Those are actually different enemies. Oh, and I forget that boy's axe actually goes in flames. That's kind of annoying. That's why I should probably use the spear, but oh well. It'll be fine. There we go. Wait, did the sprite not level up already? Or did I miss it? Was that level 1? It is level 1. For some reason I missed a level up there. Since in Ancient Cave mode, you only need to cast 3 spells to level it from level 0 to 1, which is way nicer than 11. Actually, it's 12. Let's just Magus Cup. I'm going to miss the Magus Cup emote. But I have to scale down a little for now. Hopefully not for too long. Because I want to subscribe to so many people, it's just... you can't necessarily afford it, that's not a good thing. I'm just going to go on from now. Hey lady, welcome back. I'm just looking for what's at this point, because I really want to... oh, I probably should not have healed here. Oh. Moppleton did right that he reduced the amount of experience you gain. So I probably need to be a bit more careful with money at this point. Probably not much, but a little bit. Wow. Rude ninja. It reaches level 1, that's nice. Everybody's level 10 now. Ow. Rude. Let's throw some anything at him. Oh, this is finally more efficient. Probably don't want to kill that guy over there, because if he drops a chest I'm going to be sad because I can't pick it up. Uh-oh. Lady's the first victim. Only want to heal the boy here. Actually, he is going to receive some damage from the engulfing status, and I can just cancel this damage as well. If I healed before, he would have still received the full damage from the engulf. Okay. Oh. Oops. Alright, it looks a little bit fancier, I agree, Moppleton. I don't have any Cups of Wishes though, so... oh wow, I did not realize the wolf was over there. I could have done that. I think one of us in here. Do we even have enough money for that? Probably not. Almost, but not quite. Which weapon could poison? Apparently it's not the boomerang, otherwise it would have procced a few times so far. That's Constitution. Chance to poison with the bow. Okay, let's actually use the bow for now. Likely weak though. Oh boy. Poisoned. To cast a spell I need to counter cast. Oh, it's poisoned. Poison will basically save me a lot of damage I need to deal, since every time you hear a tick it reduces it by 1 damage. Considering the sprite only does about 10 per hit, that is probably worth a lot. Hey Phase 1 Skeeth, how are you doing? Good evening, sir. How are you doing? Alrighty, everybody back alive, please. I need to be a bit more careful here. Still need to find Watts though. We haven't found Watts yet, so I will probably backtrack from here. For now. You can't afford it. It's such a weird system where that's not a baseline. I'm sure. Alright, I hear that. You got the notification, but due to the internet only via mobile, I couldn't watch. So how was the IOG learning? IOG learning was quite fine. I ended up not actually doing a real run in the end before the next day. About the next day I did an actual run. It turned out to be relatively slow as expected. And then I did a few more, and currently my personal best on the 3rd run is under 3 hours. What is it, the 4th run? I don't remember. Either way, learning went quite fine. I'm not going to complain about that. So, pretty awesome. Also, those guys are water element, and I believe water element enemies cannot get snowman? Actually, I'm not sure that's even true. Also, those are at least 2 enemies currently. Level 11 for everybody. That's nice. Still need to find the Watts. We already found the exit. Hey, there we go. Hey, Watts. Okay, which one's ready? The X, please. Whip, please. And we do have enough money for the spear as well. Let's see. Alrighty, I think the spear is called Spear, which is kind of odd. It's just a spear. Abstract damage constitution. Okay. Ogre Killer. The reason they stopped making Shrek movies. Wow. Adds chance to freeze. No, chance to freeze again. Chain whip adds constitution. I guess it just does more damage than before. Oh well. What? Before I missed Watts, you didn't. I didn't miss a Watts yet. This is literally the first Watts we had so far. Welcome, Mana Watts. How are you doing, sir? Good evening. I think if I want to go to the exit, I need to backtrack a little bit here. Hey Ruff, how are you doing, sir? Good evening. Or good afternoon. How are you doing? Place wall. That calls for an emergency healing. And heal again. A glove orb. Hey, that's nice, I guess. Hello, hope you're doing well. You're just fine. Alrighty, glad to hear doing just fine. And I'm doing quite well indeed, thank you. Oh. Oh. Oh, of course. I'm just going to have them attack those for now. Just woke up. Good morning. Welcome to the world of the living, Manawats. Stoked for tomorrow. Nice. Mana Fortress needs more music. More music? I think it was over here somewhere. Might be wrong on that account. I am wrong. I do not remember where the exit was. I did find it. Well, it's just kind of... Nope, not here. Let's see, was this fun now? No, this was Nico. To be fair, Nico right now is kind of not bad. I could buy a headband. Few of those. Few of those. And unfortunately I can't afford another. Another thing, whatever thing means right now. Lady needs to also equip the armband, because that's what we bought for her. Did I try the unlimited money? Actually, I've never tried it, no. I assume it works. But I mostly play those ancient cave thing is glitchless. Basically I want to see how well is it balanced for not using glitches. And be able to give appropriate feedback for it, since this is not necessarily for me, just alone, this kind of ancient cave hack. It's for people who are interested in, well, playing Secret of Mana in a bit of a different way once in a while. Which can be new every time too. And most of the people outside of me, I guess, don't necessarily know how to use glitches too well, or they would need to look it up, they may know that it exists. Stuff like that. Also, I'm just going to wait until they get it. Axe reaches level 1. Hey, that's nice. Good job, J-Face. An axe orb! Hey, nice. We need to find Watts again now. I have no idea where he is, actually. It's not entirely true. I kind of have an idea where he is, but not really. So, I just have the lady do this, and... repel the magic? Wait, what? Hold on. How did you repel the magic? I assume that's on the lady. Yeah, it's not the boy, we know that. How do you repel that magic lady? I mean, I can see she's green. But I wouldn't assume she used the wall spell to paint herself green. What's going on? Is it a chance to repel, or what is it? Tacos. Tacos are awesome. I only want this right then, the lady, to attack this guy, otherwise the boy will freeze this guy over and over again, which just kind of slows down the process of actually killing him, which is not so great. Pretty sure I've not been here before, so may get further and further away from what. Oh. I thought I backtracked enough to find the place again, but I guess I didn't. Because now I'm kind of lost. Maybe she got a wall on herself by getting it repelled off an enemy? Which means that would be no longer active, since that wall level 0 only repels 2 spells. Which is still kind of odd that it can happen, but I guess it's possible. There what? There is what? Hey sir, we have an X-Orb. Please make it engulf in flames, or petrify. That would be lovely. Let's see, we have the Kalkuri now. Intelligence Wisdom, okay, that's not too bad. And Retner. The Red Nurks Versalian X. That's the poison. Well, that's a lot better than what we had before. That's a plus. With level 2. What? What's it be? What's up? I don't think it's particularly healthy for me to go over there, to be honest. On the other hand, I do want to preserve the sprite's magic. I'll probably just do this. I guess with the face mask on we can go over there. Not too much issue. Although I still want to be careful here. It's not on the sprite. I was a bit worried there about the boy or the sprite dying, but it worked out. It sounds so similar to Final Fantasy intro music, I just can't remember which one, maybe Final Fantasy V. I do not know. Let's go in here real quick. Heal up the sprite. There we go. Hopefully we don't get overrun by enemies down there. Oh, that's right. There's nothing over here. You know what? We just go. I think that is a reasonable decision here. Trying to mess with those enemies can be rather deadly. Except for this guy here, the mob doesn't do anything. There we go. Alrighty. On the exit, let's see what it has in store for us. Going in with the sprite. And it's a Pepperwalkie. Alrighty. I need the boy to use the spear for more range. Wait. Boy for spear with more range, please. Not the lady. I'm just going to barrel the sprite in front of it. So basically I have the lady and the boy just kind of out of range of him. I stand in front of him with the barrel, so in case he would want to walk towards us, he cannot because the sprite in the barrel is blocking him. And you can actually stack damage on this guy really easily. And as long as his heads just don't reach the boy or the lady, well, we are completely safe, because the barrel sprite cannot get damaged by the heads at all. Jabberwocky usually has a relatively low chance of casting any spell, but it can still happen, which is unfortunate, but it's not terribly devastating from what it seems, so that's good. As in, it's not too damaging, so I'm not worried. Final Fantasy 9 airship music, kill the guard. I don't know this one. Never heard it, I don't think. There we go. Bring. Oopsie. Excuse me. Alrighty, this is a fine start to an ancient cave. We already have the axe level 2. It has poisoning, so that's nice, which also means it can get more status effects. And hey Muppleton, you fixed my town pulse yesterday. Yes, I've seen it, thank you. I do use the latest version, which is 0.63 by now. I really appreciate your frequent updates, it's really awesome. This reminds me, hang on. There you go. I should have done that a while ago. Long neck is made out of Pokeballs. It looks like it, doesn't it? Oh, nice. Flower pots. I can now see whether there is stuff on the island or not. There's a Funna, that's handy. Top 4 games or Final Fantasies? I do not know what that means. Oh. Oh, excuse me, I skipped the message there. Final Fantasy is an amazing game and you should definitely play it. One of my top 4. Nice. Top 4 games, that's awesome. Yeah, Final Fantasy is definitely up there on the list of games that I want to play sometime. I'm not sure, I probably will focus a bit more on casual projects after making sure Diablo 2 is going to be fine. But before that, we will need to focus on Diablo 2 next. There's poison, which means I actually did hit him. Also, currently we are only level 2, but the turtles are always scary. So, but they don't one-shot us, basically, so that's a plus. And then we already have one. Don't need another one. I would like to get more magic. Apparently magic is more useful now, so I didn't even have the opportunity to use it on Jabberwocky, because Jabberwocky is water, so my damage from the sprite would get halved. Hey Krillin, how are you doing? You remember grinding Grand Dragons in Final Fantasy 9? Okay. Big from to the chat. From. Oh, interesting. Wonder whether I can exploit them teleporting like that. I see the arrows, yes. By the way, there are arrows in the floor once in a while that show you where the exit is, but I'm looking for houses. I need to find Nico to buy some more barrels. Well, I guess I don't need to, but I would like to. And I would like to find the mana spirit that is residing on this floor, whichever one that may be. Magic damage may be OP now, it was definitely bugged before. The enemies had their original magic defense. Ah, I see. Hey Dryad. Dryad is nice. The lady can now revive characters. That also means the sprite now can... leaf flower. And then subsequently burst. Burst is really good in this game, has the highest space damage, also another arrow pointing down. But I found Riot, I think I would like to find what we'll remove one here. All good, new season for D3 starts, so I start grinding as well. Hey, good luck with that, Krille. Hope you have a lot of luck. Nico here, that's nice, we get some more barrels. Because barrels are way too strong to pass up. I'd rather have a stack of barrels than upgrade my weapons, actually. It's just so good. And if I want to upgrade my weapons, I can still kill some more enemies to get some more money. So that's okay. So by the way, Moppeln, how would that now look? Let's say you have... What's a good comparison? You have Great Viper on floor number 1. How much magic defense would Great Viper have? And then you have Dragonworm. How much magic defense would Dragonworm have on floor number 1? I'm curious about that. Hey, what's up? Okay, which one's ready? We have the spear actually to level up. 400 gold. Well then, let's start leveling up the spear. So actually no. Axe is technically the same level. Or it's going to be the same level afterwards. But the spear is just going to be a nice alternative. So let's try and get this. What's indeed. So what I'm doing here now is I just wait until the AI control characters finish off the crab, because you cannot stack damage on the crab unless it is engulfed in flames, I don't think. I just made it easier for myself and had the AI light attack instead of me attacking as well. Or it's slightly slower, but that's okay. Oh. That's less than ideal. Here, I want this sprite to cast the cloud. Both so he doesn't get hit there, and also to actually crowd control the enemy. Which should help us tremendously. And that's why you don't mess with turtles. Those turtles are ridiculous to deal with. think it's 16 plus floor number on our floor number times some constant. Oh, so it's basically the same for every single enemy. And to answer that, Monowat, casual players can definitely make it through this. I'm not using any speedrun strats. Actually, that's not entirely true. I just use the knowledge that I gained from it. There is also a casual difficulty instead of just having the enemies being so ridiculously strong. I just play on the highest difficulty with the max amount of floors and max amount of bosses. That's just what I do. We had Nico, we had Watts, we had Dryad, so I think I'm just going to go on here. How much more for the sprite to level up? 155 experience. Should be reasonably quick. Also means I can actually straight up use first. Oh, that was not necessary anymore on that guy. I want this sprite to level up so he regains all his magic. So let's kill some more stuff while we do this. I don't know how much 155 experience is in comparison to floor 2. You reaches level 14, which means everybody else should also reach almost the next level if they just kill one more enemy. Of which there's our prey. Just make sure that you don't stay in the cardinal direction from the turtle when it has the chance to act or move. Otherwise it might overrun you. Righty. What did I just say? There we go. Both of them leveled up as well. Sprite has slightly more experience than the other two. For reasons. Because the other two were dead at some point. Alrighty. This is an easy one. I'm going to use the spear on you. Barrel. And we win. So basically, Mantis Ant, he always does the same action depending on where you're standing away from him, whenever he takes an action. He walks towards you. He cannot walk past the sprite, as in he literally cannot walk through him. On one hand. Also, on the other hand, he is not allowed to do anything except for his basic action that is dependent on where you stand. If you stand far away from him, he actually can do 3 things now that I think about it. He can throw his cycle, which is a single target physical damage projectile that also knocks your character unconscious, kind of dangerous. You don't want to get hit by that. He has a poison breath, which, well, it knocks you down and it's just kind of like a spell, but it's still physical. And then he has Gem Missile, which is actually a spell, so it can't even go through a barrel in that case. However, if a character is standing close to him, he just spins his cycles and nothing else. Every enemy is the same. For bosses I crank the HP experience goal, I think. Oh, really? Every enemy is the same? Which means I kind of want to grind on enemies that are easier to kill, like Rabbites or Silktails, because you can easily stack damage on those guys without getting into any trouble, or also flowers for that matter. Which means the forest floor is just kind of the best floor to level on, it seems. I like how the boy is humping the grass. He's scared. He's just kind of holding the hands over his head and shivering, basically. Essentially, the dude in the bottom right is actually part of Mantis Ant boss fight. The Mantis Ant is the first boss in the game, which means you, in the cutscene, you and the boy get thrown down a hole and suddenly you're facing off against the Mantis Ant, while the other boy is just kind of shivering in the corner. Elliot goes where this ant goes. Maybe they struck up a friendship. That's kind of unlikely. The only difference on any given floor is their AI. Interesting. Another Axe Orb, that's nice. Finally, we can immediately go down, which means we check the top wall for caves. And we have Gnome. Alright, Gnome is fine. Gives us Earth Element access. What else can we do with it? Here we have nothing. Is the revive script part of the fight also still? No, that's actually an area script. Svinder. Also greetings to you. Hope you're doing well. Good evening. You still have hope for friendship between... Aww. That's adorable. And greetings, Leon. How are you doing? Welcome back. Battle Axe. And Sky Piercers. And Determination. Alrighty, let's check the weapons out. Determination, as Constitution, 20 minutes. Do you want to have a bad time? No. That's Agility. Add Strength and Chance of Poison. Well, because we know what the boy is going to be using. This is way stronger than anything else I can use. What? You don't set that flag. No, yeah, as I said, it's part of area code. It's a specific flag that gets set when you enter the arena and it gets removed when you enter portals. Level 2 Axe can get all the way up to level 4 already. That's pretty awesome. We actually haven't Watts and the Mana summon, so we can actually just kind of go on if we want to, or find the exit for that matter. Hey Zeplasium, how are you doing? Greetings to you. How's it going? Chest. Barrel! Yay! I like barrels. Get whacked. The downside of dealing a lot of damage to the fish is they are not vulnerable while they are in their heavy recovery animation or badly wounded recovery. Which is the opposite for those water thugs, which can basically only be damaged to their heavy recovery animation, like this one. Same with this guy here. Cannot damage him unless the boy hits it. That's okay. Blade Vest. We don't need Gen Vests anymore. Just need to find the exit here. Actually, we could also go and check... Ow! Rude. Could also go and check whether we find Nico. He might have new interesting things now. Actually, he does have a new inventory at floor 3. Every second floor he does change inventory, which means 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, etc. So we might be able to find more things. I'm going to have to sprite cast the flower here. Got a glove orb. Alrighty. Fluff is starting to get really strong. Another orb. A sword orb. Sword might be interesting. But for now, the axe is probably the dominant weapon, so we don't need to worry about getting the glove ASAP, essentially. Whoa! Holy rump! 17! 17 indeed. Hey XF, thank you! Thank you so much, sir. Welcome back. Thank you so much for a long time of support. 17 months is indeed a long time. Thank you so much. Hey Yamadai, how are you doing? Good evening. How's it going? Thank you so much, XF. It could be better right now, but I guess I'm fine. Well, I hope it gets better soon. The Polysium. Sorry to hear that. I'm doing quite excellent though, thank you. We are back at the entrance. This is where I started. I guess I kind of missed the exit, not mixed. I don't mix exits. It's kind of for other people to mix exits. We don't make equivalent exchange here. We get more out of it than we put in. Rump. 17 rumps in a row. I think the weirdest thing about the boomerang is that the boomerang does not deal damage on the way back. It only deals damage while it's flying out. Which, on the baseline it makes sense, it just kind of makes it awkward to use, unfortunately. Alrighty. We start with the sprite here again. Actually, do I still have a weapon that adds intelligent wisdom? There, the Cutsbalger actually does add intelligent wisdom. I'm going to probably keep that for now. Hope you're doing great too. Okay, we can probably just use this corner here. Also, every time I want to try and use magic on bosses, it doesn't work out too well. Further, the boy needs to use the spear here. Because otherwise he's going to go too close to the enemy. Boy, please. Honestly. Keep using that thing. Alrighty, there we go. Basically now, he is completely locked up. So, let me explain how this guy works real quick. His AI is pretty stupid how it's set up. But the basic idea is whenever he takes an action, which is usually after he gets hit here, he tries to see, do I have wall up? If no, he's going to cast wall on himself. Then the next check is, if he has wall on himself, he will that he has any buff on himself, like speed up. If not, he tries to cast speed up on himself, but because he has wall, his speed up bounces off his wall and onto our characters. So he literally can never actually receive speed up. Because if he receives speed up, he will start using other abilities like little rockets, wave cannon, or just overall really powerful moves. So this guy runs out of magic really quick just because he has such a questionable AI script. And after he runs out of magic, he still does not use his physical attacks at all, because he still tries to cast spells, but he never gets to. So, yeah. Also, he only dashes to left and the right of the screen, as you may know from casual play, if you are on his horizontal height. As long as you are at the bottom of the arena, or the far bottom, you will never dash across the screen, which, by the way, does not work in the desert, but it does work on the top of the palace in casual play, and it also works on the Mech Rider number 3 fight. Which, this was Mech Rider number 3. He's questionably intelligent. Oh. Take care, Moppeln. Good luck with the meeting. Also, the reason why I gave the boy the spear is because AI is not good with using melee weapons at all. So I decided to just give him the spear instead. I technically could have taken control of the boy myself, but I was kind of lazy about that, I guess. What kind of marathon is tomorrow? Basically, it's going to be a solo character challenge marathon, where I'm going to be playing through the normal game, not this hack here, with an individual character every single time. And that means a solo character challenge for Secret of Mana is basically you only ever use the other characters when absolutely necessary. The boy you kind of need as long as you still don't have the character that you want to do a solo challenge with. For example, he needs to defeat Mantis and then Tropic Hollow to get the sprite. But that's the only thing he would do in that case. It's absolutely required, no way about it really. Or around it for that matter. And the other thing would be, for example, if you want to get the girl, he needs to defeat the Mantis and do the Mana Water Palace cutscene, and then you can get the lady in the Pandora Castle, and that's where the boy is no longer useful. Or you just straight up use the boy in certain instances, which is another option. Which it really depends which character you have the solo character challenge, and I'm going to do all three of them. First off, I will start with the sprite because that's the most difficult one, and I feel like I want to be the most awake for it. Then the boy, which is arguably an average difficulty, and then we finish off with the probably easiest one, but not shortest, of the lady. This boy is actually quicker in terms of that challenge than the lady, because he just deals so much more baseline damage, which helps you tremendously getting through certain portions of the game, although he does fall off at certain portions. The sprite just breezes through the game until the Mana Beast, where he hits a major roadblock. So yeah, that's the challenge. My average times are between 6 and 8 hours. So that's that. Also, it is probably worth noting that it's a donation-driven type marathon, where, well, living is my only... living? Streaming. Living costs money, and streaming is currently my only income, so since I don't usually make my streams about money, I just prefer it to be more of a side thing. I do, however, have to do those kinds of, well, let's say sellout streams, really, once in a while, currently. The goal is that eventually I have enough subscribers that I can just live off the subscriber money alone, but we are kinda far away from that still, unfortunately. So yeah, there's that. More information you can find in the link. When does it start? Tomorrow, at 3 PM. By the way, if you don't have anything to spare, if you don't, I cannot afford it, don't worry. I'm just happy if people are hanging around, being around anyways. I would really appreciate this kind of people having fun around here. That would be great. So we need the sprite to have certain items and stuff. Also, we need to find Nico on this floor. We did skip Nico on the last floor. Spear Orb, another one. Hey, Spear actually caught up to the axe. I might consider... No, I'm actually definitely going to give the Spear, not the Trident, to the sprite for now. I think that's a fine choice. 3 PM CET specifically. Oh yeah, thank you, Lepman. The last stream is a funny term, I guess. Greetings to you, Headerizer. how are you doing? And Hoppers1299 just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. Well, oh, thank you very much. I still need to remember that sir is not a gender neutral term. Excuse me. Thank you very much, and well, I hope you enjoy your stay. I really appreciate that. Did the lady just back off through... Oh, I did not realize you couldn't walk over those flower pots. I always avoided them. Not every stream should become a sellout stream. That's kind of the goal as to why I want to keep it focused on individual marathon streams. But also, I try to basically give back as much as possible. So that's the idea. On the other hand, you also don't want to overdo it with the idea of giving back, just purely because a lot of people just kind of enjoy the stream as it is. They don't necessarily want to have anything special, just more of the same, which... in a sense, I need to be careful to not overdo it. So let's actually cast... No? On the turtle lands. Because I kind of need to be careful about those turtles. They are pretty dangerous to deal with. I see. Thank you, Hollis. Get cheap games with the code Yaga from. Huh? A race car company partnership, his own webshop with from stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I don't like to have a permanent ad on my stream, but the thing is, I don't also necessarily put it out of question. If it's just kind of a bit on the side and it's not intrusive to the general layout, I would be kind of okay with it, even if I would prefer to not have it. Just kind of you need to weigh living cost versus, well, how much do you earn? Not enough? Still making minus? Too bad. But yeah, that's okay. We can keep that for tomorrow. The topic if you'd like to. We have a lot of chests so far. I knew that would happen. Stay here, chest. More chain vests. I think I've been here before. This looks... yeah, this... I've been there. Decided Yog is selling plushes now. I'm selling plushes now. Who's going to create them though? Wait, I'm not opposed to the idea of selling plushes. You would buy a well-made primer plushie. Primer would be really awesome. Just kind of make it a really happy face. Oh, I would take a primer plushie though, even if you would like to have a rum plushie. We'll see whether we make that target down. We'll see. Excuse me, did I miss? And greetings, KG Tekito. Welcome. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay. Light mix-up. Nah, Grimer plushie would be awesome. That sounds about right, Eskas North. That sounds about right. It's just me personally. I'm both lazy, to be completely frank with you, in terms of making sure that I have enough stuff along the way. So what I did, well, that is probably more accurate. What I did so far, I think that's the same hunter. No, it's not actually, it's a different one. What I did so far is I just kind of had a super minimalistic lifestyle, where I'm keeping a sword. I essentially just didn't spend much money at all, really. Where did I get that many bow orbs from? It's a P? That's a weird name. God Hand as Constitution. Ceremonial Trident. 100 damage. Okay. Light Trident. Longbow. Christian's Conscious Slow. That's not too bad. God Hand. The glove is actually my strongest weapon currently. It's interesting. I deliberately do not upgrade the sword because it has plus to intelligence wisdom, so if I want to use spells, I would use that. A roof crab, yep. Did you know that roof crabs can transform into ice ducks and then throw their forks at you that they did not want to complete their food with? Or they can just multiply into ice ducks, apparently. I guess that's a possibility too. Oh, by the way, we did get Lumina, which is awesome, because Lumina allows us to use Lucid Barrier. Lucid Barrier is really, really good. Absorbs physical damage up front, and it's basically the only means we have to survive higher floors. Pokemon plush figure Grimer. It does look a bit more like a sea lion. It's kind of derpy, I like it though. Not bad. It's a bit weird. I don't necessarily see Grimer in it, but it's kind of cute. Okay, alrighty. We have Minoros. I need to have the boy once again. Use the spear trident for this case for now. Put another barrel on the sprite. But then make sure just, my allies do not hit the Minoros. Or get in the way of the Minoros attacks. They make a lot, I see. Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. Making money is on... It really depends on what you mean with selling out. Like, the term on a baseline just doesn't really mean anything specific from what I can tell. It doesn't have a definition that people would necessarily know about or agree on. And the know about portion is more of a issue rather than anything else. So essentially what that means in my eyes is just kind of, oh, he's going to switch, now I need to be careful, because it's going to dash to the right anytime now. There we go. Okay. Keep the sprites further to the right here still. I need to scroll to the screen to the right, otherwise I would soft lock. Okay, we went. That does not look like an official thing at all. Does it matter? I guess it would matter in the sense that if they don't have a license to do that kind of thing, it would be basically trademark theft. But other than that, it looks kind of cute. It's not a seal, I don't think. Your coffee was appreciated, Rump. Coffee rumped, which is awesome. The thing is, making money isn't selling out. Basically, what you're telling me is making money is not a bad thing inherently, and I agree with that. It's just kind of, for me, it's more of a way of prefacing the notion of... let's put it this way, more of the negative aspect of you just kind of, oh, you're a speedrunner. Don't you earn a ton of money anyways? Or a streamer, or any, all that kind of thing because of, well, let's put it this way, people that actually earn a lot, that are a lot larger. And either way, for me personally, as I said, or mentioned a few times now, I would prefer if I didn't have to do that. I would like to do those marathons just for fun, instead of other reasons. Like we did the 100% Secret of Mana run. That took 32 hours and 50 minutes. In theory, that could have been one of those allowed thingies, but I would like to do those for fun, and if people are grateful for it, I would like to chip in after with something, that is awesome. But I don't necessarily want to make it an expectation. But at the same token, I'm not saying that's a necessarily bad thing. It's just, I prefer not having that in my stream, for the most part, in the sense of making it more of a sideline thing. Just have the game, talk about the game, talk with people in chat, have interaction with people. That's what I like to have. Also, we already have the sprite from this area apparently. There was a room with only 2 NPCs. If you want to be larger, eat chocolate all day long, it will do the job. I think that might be a bad idea on the long run, to be honest. If you want my completely honest opinion about that. But yeah, I guess you could do it. Greetings, Dark Shadow, how are you doing? Doing top 10 favorite Pokemon. Hey, I mean, if you present it well and sell yourself well, that's what you can do. It's just kind of all about being at the correct place at the correct time, doing the correct thing, and also being the type of person who can those kinds of things. Since, let me be frank here. I'm not particularly happy that a lot of people just kind of say, hey, your voice is awesome, and that's kind of why they come over here instead of the game or the gameplay. But it's part of me, and I might as well just go, yeah, I guess it's something that I have to offer, and make use of it. When I say I'm not particularly happy, that is probably rather inaccurate. It's more like, I would like to point out, hey look guys, I did a solo white mage challenge. And that's why people come over here. If they find the rest enjoyable as well, that would just be a plus. I think I probably worded that really poorly just now. Oh well, that's okay. Burst. Headgear. Headgear is not too bad. Also, the sprite needs to equip something more over here. You're doing good. Glad to hear that. I'm doing quite excellent. Thank you, Dark Shadow. So that is my definition of something like going against your principles and skip out on the core of what you're doing just to make money. Shoehorn in ads and talk about nations every chance you get. I see. Which, by the way, kind of... Yes, I'm kind of selling out in that case, in that definition. I am. Hey Floam, how are you doing? Greetings to you, and welcome back, Y1NJ. 3 PM, what time zone? European Standard Time, that is CET, which is currently 6 hours ahead of East Coast US, in case that is relevant to you. Or 8 hours behind Japan, in case that is relevant to you. Well, yeah, I guess that's part of it as well. That's part of it as well, Tom. That sounds about right. ET equals GMT +1. I think that sounds about right. Wait, is it +1 currently? Or is it +0? I don't remember. Oh, I see. Alrighty, little guy. Little guy galore. Oh, alrighty. Basically, I have no idea how strong this little guy is. I'm going to use Lucid Barrier here. Also, if we had Salamander, we could probably use Salamander here, but, well, we don't. We just don't use Salamander. Although I could try to see how much damage burst is going to deal to this guy. Not charging up the extra level 4. 200 basically, not too bad. Oh, that's about it. We can use another Jet Missile here. Okay. And then we keep the thing basically over there. That's okay. Essentially, I don't want my AI control characters to quote-unquote help out on this one, because if you stand in the cardinal direction towards the little lizard dude, he is going to eat you up, and that's literally his only attack. So I just disable his only attack by standing right here. No problem. One of my friends has a bot play when they RSC, so their stream is active 24/7. I think you can only do that under special circumstances, like Twitch plays Pokemon, for example. That is a good thing where you can just have that active, but generally speaking, it would be against the terms of service as if it is unsupervised, so to speak, and you couldn't well, basically shut it down anytime it would be necessary for any reason, really. It can result in, well, a timeout or a 24-hour ban, or even more than that for repeated offending, so to speak. Although I dare to say, those kinds of streams are likely just kind of a big exceptions. Because, well, if you try to shut them down 16 out of 24 hours of a day, they would not be nearly as good. because Twitch plays Pokemon or whatever they play. Cobra bracelet. Well, I mean, the sprite now has a little bit of a better defense. Better than nothing. We still would like to have rather power wrists instead of anything else. Also, don't forget to cast Lucid Barrier. I have no clue what that pie thing is about. Do you have a summary of that? Seems to be relevant for streaming matter, so I'm curious. Move to Austria, save about 30–35% living expenses. Well, in a sense, I'm going to be saving a lot more than that percentage in living expenses just by moving back to my parents' place, which by the way is going to be at the end of April, which means the stream will be down for a while. Just for reference for anyone who does not know that yet. And also I will be going to RPG Limit Break. That is just kind of part of my streaming, and you could consider it an investment, since that will give me, well, essentially help out the stream here also. Considering that I seem to be reasonably well received whenever I do any marathon type thing. That seems to be a reasonable option. Move to Austria saves about 30–35% in living expenses. Also though, Hellraiser, is it just because it's cheaper than Switzerland? I actually have no idea how expensive Austria is compared to that. I frankly do not know. I attacked too late. You know what? I'm going to go here. Wolves are really ridiculous to deal with, and also ninjas are not particularly pleasant. I'd rather just kind of skip out on those. No. Alright, teleports. Oh, we don't have heal. Needs to level up first. Let me actually just do something that I don't usually do and heal via item instead. Because I really should start doing that. I'm moving to Japan. I'm not moving to Japan, I'm going to be there for 6 months. I'm officially moving back to my parents' place. But Japan will also be essentially a lot cheaper, because I'm not technically living on my own there. That will basically be another portion. Moving home sucks. My parents basically are honestly pretty much as good as it gets for this kind of thing, I dare to say. I'm pretty happy and lucky in that aspect. Even though I definitely understand what you mean. Everyone in Germany and Austria knows that working in your country is making more money, but also the expenses are high. So yeah, since you earn via Twitch, you'd still earn the same, I guess. Yes, I will still earn the same. I might pay more taxes in different countries, but that would likely not be as much, since usually it is dependent on income in the first place. That's true. Fair enough. Gotta travel. But yeah, the Japan thing is going to be after RPG Limit Break for, as I said, 6 months, but officially I'm going to be home at my parents' place. And no longer pay rent here. And also that makes my insurance a lot cheaper. As in, currently I'm actually paying more for health insurance than I'm paying for rent, because I'm living in one of the bigger cities. Even though it's technically the outskirts, it's still considered to be in the bigger city, and thus I pay more for rent, because that's how they make it. I have no clue how that works, but I guess it kind of makes sense to consider location. First level 2. Basically, Picemate has a 24/7 stream with a schedule he follows. By German law, this is considered something like illegal TV station at the moment. To make it legal, you have to pay 1,000 to 10,000 euro for a license. Apparently not only 24/7, have to do Picemate's second channel, where he only plays a few hours a day, needs to have a license. What? I feel like they are stuck in pretty ancient things and have no idea what those things here are about. I mean, let's put it this way, if you just look at the words and the idea, I dare to say hey, yeah, you need to pay for that, because that is like TV, right? It's not wrong on a baseline, it is kind of like TV, but it is still unreasonable on a baseline. Medical insurance depends on your income. That makes sense. Oh, nice. Still too lazy to update, and it doesn't really fit into, well, nowadays, really. That's unfortunate. Greetings, Dinostra. Something like that. How are you doing? And welcome. Hope you're doing well there. I like it when enemies can just basically be stun locked. That is pretty awesome. Power bracelet, another one. Might equip this on the lady as well. Still need a helmet for the sprite. As long as the sprite does not have a helmet yet, he actually takes significantly more damage than the other two characters because of how evasion works in this game. All good? Sounds good. So, so this guy can no longer cast spells, well, at least for a short while. Alrighty. That was actually slightly scary there, also I just targeted the wrong stuff there. Got a boomerang orb, that's nice. Wanted to target everybody with the heal. Everything is ready for sent to tester to check if working game does not work because rendering by some reason is broken. There's that. No, that does not sound pleasant, Janne Chatham. Good luck with that. You only need a license in Germany if you have 500 plus viewers. But 500 plus is where you start making normal income in the sense of actually pretty much minimum wage, really. That's kind of crazy. Basically 17% of your pre-tax income is automatically deducted and goes to social insurance. That makes sense. The thing is, I think that is when you have... Yeah. Maybe I should look into that stuff again. And I didn't figure it out properly, because obviously the company I'm currently injured at, I also have interest in keeping as many people as possible. So I probably want to double check that. Thank you for the information. Also this guy, by the way, if you see his idle animation, you can see he has his helmet in the right hand. I never saw that before. Sometimes anyways. And he's just kind of standing around. He has the helmet in under his right arm. That is so weird. No, he doesn't. What is that about? It's so weird. Greetings, Etsuna Mattel. How are you doing? Take care, Quadlight. Have a nice day. Thank you for dropping by. You think that's an unused sprite that was never put in the final game? Yeah, I don't usually see that at all. It does look kind of strange. You're great, glad to hear that. That sounds awesome. I'm doing quite excellent here, thank you. This is where I originally come from. I kind of lost track of where I've been and where I haven't been yet. This area. Might have missed the cross-section or something like that. Have I been here? Probably. Missed. Uh-oh. The lady is dead. I didn't even realize that. Couple wishes, one fit. Uh-oh. 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 They can also shoot lasers, which would be rather unhealthy for us right now. From the cutting room floor, Geshtar has downwards and sideways walking frames which are unused but no upward walking frames. On the other hand, he has an alternative downward standing sprite holding the Mech Rider helm. This can be seen by using the power forward 7EE and walking upwards. Interesting. Rabbits purr? Some of them do. This one does. I just keep walking my path here, I guess. What I do in general to keep the path that I'm walking and be somewhat efficient, I just go around the right hand or left hand side of an area. Currently I'm just sticking to the right hand side, and I think I've done that from the entire time so far already. So I should always get to new areas, but I'm not entirely sure about that. Hey Metal Bear, how are you doing? Good evening. Nothing to the right, so we go down. That's the sprite. This is the light. Cannot go over here or over there, so we just stay here and go to the right. Or try to, which doesn't work right now. You're fine? Glad to hear that. That sounds awesome. Keep going over here. Maybe you'll find an exit. Maybe we don't. Oh, there is an exit down here. I know to the left is a different room, so there's no exit over there. Rooms always only have a maximum of 2 exits, sometimes only one when it's a dead end. So maybe that's something that could be improved in future builds. Couple of wishes. So it just kind of makes it like one extremely long corridor for the most part. And I can't get it! I could actually get it if I just used some walk-to-wall shenanigans. I'm not going to. I'll get stuck again. I've been here before. Hi. Okay, which one's ready? Or have I? Low Javelin. Valkyrie. The Zodiac Spear. I actually have no recollection as to whether I have been here with what already. Let's see. Zodiac Spear 5 out of 5. Intelligence and Wisdom, which seems pretty good for the sprite. Valkyrie, Intelligence and Wisdom as well. Low Javelin, chance to slow. Longbow, chance to slow. Wait, we can upgrade the bow. Considering it's so grey, I didn't even realize you could upgrade the bow here. That's kind of awkward. Dobbin's bow. Let's see. Chance to poison. Oh. So far there's not terribly much interesting stuff here. Mostly it's just poison. The coffee away. I wonder what kind of context that was. Oh. Only a sprite leveled up, which means we should level up the other 2 right afterwards. Which also means I want to use up all my magic to practice it and level it up as well. Or at least so I thought. Maybe it's different now. Can you upgrade? Yes, I could upgrade the sword, but I'm going to keep it at level 1 because it's unlikely to be going to be useful one way or another since the axe is already so strong. And it gives me intelligence and wisdom. Basically a guaranteed method of having intelligence and wisdom for the sprite in case I want to use spells. Hi Nico. You're relaxing indeed. Hey Ether Hunter, how are you doing? And now we finally could also buy rabbite cap now that we found the quill cap for the rabbite for the sprite. That doesn't help us much. That floor is confusing, it kind of is. Can't bark the coffee away, but coffee can be grounded. I feel like that is flying over my head. I'm not sure I understand. That's okay. Oh, I don't need 2 of those. That's okay. So, everybody has some basic stuff. Wow. We have a lot of chain vests here, which we don't need. I wonder how they got in my inventory. Are the weapons randomly generated? Pretty much, yes. Basically, their effect is randomized, what they upgrade to, what kind of effect they have when upgraded is randomized. Pretty much everything is randomized, really. Their color, their usefulness, stuff like that. And greetings, Turlock's Passion. Welcome. So relaxing. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Morning glitch doesn't work on this hack invite. I generally play this glitchless. Or try to anyways. I have not tried this, to be completely honest with you. Okay, renewing. Lucid barrier. Headgear. Headgear we already have, so let's go. Let's see what we have here. We have a Buffy. Do we have a bunch of... We do. Alrighty. Right. We're going to cast Burst on this guy. It could have been the vampires too, by the way. So there's that. I might as well throw this after it. Let's see how much damage we deal with this. Pretty good, actually. The sprite is also immediately caught, that's okay. So finally, magic is going to be actually useful. This is why I replenished her MP, so she can use lasers. Let's see how much damage the lasers do. Oh. Okay, that works. He is weak against light damage, so lasers deal double damage. And apparently, the spells I can throw at him are pretty strong, so that's helpful. You're stellar. Well, that sounds awesome. Glad to hear that. Let's see, what else do we have over here? Alright. That was a fast one. Yeah, it was kind of fast. Moppleton did allude to that magic might now be a bit too strong, but well. We'll see about that on later levels. I feel like magic being strong on earlier levels is fine. But if it's too... No, actually, it should always have approximately the same power level, but be limited by MP, I guess? It's kind of hard to tell, really. Fairy walnut. Well, we just regained our fairy walnut that we used up. That's nice. Ah, won't fit. That's okay. So now we are looking for the mana spirit around here. Alright. I'm just going to have the lady cast heal on the boy. Oh, the sprite takes care of the rest here for now. Oh, the sprite does not have any magic. That's okay. Sprite is dead. We cannot really have that. Very bad for us. Lady is dead. Alrighty. That was a bit scarier than I hoped it would be, but it worked. Oh, Lady actually gets slightly better equipment now. Thanks to the quill capping available. Don't need the headgear. This has slightly higher defense as well, that's good. I'm floor 24 out of... Oh yeah, I'm floor 7 out of 24, that is correct. It is out of 24 indeed. Boomerang orb. Okay. Maybe I'll switch back to the boomerang eventually on the sprite, in case the boomerang is any good. I did check the boomerang. It doesn't have any status effects on it. I think the weapons that do have the status effects on them kind of stay like that. The other ones are just purely for other effects or damage or so. So we haven't found any caves yet. Caves obviously can only be where there are walls. I'm curious as to whether the upper region here is the upper end of the floor, or whether there's more to it. Okay, it didn't immediately throw a sleep flower at me. That's kind of nice. Okay, it was not the upper end of the floor. I guess there might be a lower end too. A rabbite cap. Too late, we don't need it anymore. We have quill caps now. So let's just check alongside this floor. Or wall, actually. Marsh gloom. Get stuck. Not a single cave. Huh. They must be all at the same place. Let's go all the way back up to the right and upstairs. So I went closer to the mushroom up there in order for me to bait out his area of effect attack, so he would not run into the middle of my party and do that and put everyone to sleep. All spent. Alrighty. Sprite, I think you misunderstand the range of your weapon. Not quite that long range with the spear, but I prefer you staying there and not getting hit. So I'm okay with that actually. I think there's a wall up there. Should kill him. Oh, chest. Headgear, that's Nice, I guess. Oh yeah, the lady still does not have... level up yet, so she still doesn't have that much MP. Candy. Candy is nice. Candy can be used to prevent damage. It's only heal for 100, but it can prevent as much as 9,999 damage. Or more, actually more like 999. Either way, just needs good timing. Also, lady just leveled up. It's value for everybody. Well, that was some good hits. We are pretty strong at this point, so that's nice. Very well, not one fit. Okay. This is the first cave we found, and there's a Watson there, so that's a good prospect. Boomerang upgrade. Spear upgrade. Now we have a heavy spear. Let's see what those things do for us. Spear, adds constitution, I guess that's nice. Also 6 out of 6. Adds constitution. Nothing terribly interesting, but the sprite will now deal a bit more damage overall, so that's a plus. Alrighty. It's time to renew Lucid Barrier already. Enemies start dealing an insane amount of damage already. Definitely need to be a lot more careful now than before. Especially on floors that are not as easy to handle as this one. This one is pretty much the easiest floor to handle out of any type of sets. Rabbi can throw a 100 HP spell. Well, not normally. Actually, they can heal for a good amount by just using Cure Water, but the 100 HP thing is mostly because of scaling for the floors in the ancient cave here. Spell cap. Alright. For what it's worth, that's a silk farm, not a rabbit. I guess that's true. I mean, their species is called rumps, right? At least I would think so. I wonder whether there's ever a reason for me to level up the weapons of anyone but the boy for damage charging up. So far, usually on bosses, I don't have much use for it, because I need to approach them very controlled. But on the other hand, Sprite, by the way, is unconscious as well. Just didn't realize it. Maybe a high-level weapon on some point for secondary characters could be useful. Generally, I don't have much use for it at all. It's just kind of, I want for them to be safe at safe range. AI controlled anyways, and not get completely destroyed by everything. Also, this was apparently the entire section up here. I guess we can check down here as well. At least I learned more about marsh blooms and how they work, so that's a plus. Basically, I never had much to do with them outside of just running past their area. Rumpidea, Rabitacus, something like that. Oops. They are all bunny to you. That's fair. You missed the what, man, what? I see. What? There are going to be a few Wattses tomorrow as well. Well, I guess we're going to go all the way back down now. This is pretty much the first time I spawned at the bottom, and apparently the exit is at the bottom as well. Actually, the exit might still be at the top, and I just kind of missed it. But either way, I'm still looking for the caves, and there are no more caves at the top. From what I can tell anyways. Okay. Load out on chocolate, so that's nice. How does this hack work? Basically, this hack works in that everything is randomized. So in order for you to gain weapon orb drops, you kill enemies for chests, which by the way have an increased chance of dropping chests to 1 in 4 instead of 1 in 16, which is the normal drop rate. On top of that, enemies have a 1 in 4 chance, or the boxes have 1 in 4 chance to drop you a weapon orb. It's just kind of out there, so to speak. Alrighty, well, we do not get a new summoning spirit for this floor. There were only 2 NPCs in there, which means there's 1 missing, which means we already got that one. Why don't you sell the things you aren't using? Because I don't need the money. Generally speaking, money is not the reason why I am not managing to progress, outside of apparently now the first few floors. I still have plenty of money for pretty much everything anyways, it seems. Okay, there's the exit. I think I found Watts, I found Nico. I could find Fauna. I could find... No, I actually have pretty much everything here. So, that means we move on here. Does the sprite have magic? It does. Alrighty. Oh, also, let me check real quick for a sprite. Heavy spear. Does not have intelligence anymore. I'm going to give the sprite... Actually, does a ranged weapon have intelligence on it? Javelin has. Alrighty. I'm going to give the sprite the javelin in this case. So in case I want to throw some spells, which I do, you can use javelin instead. So I do think I need to replenish the latest MP here. Oh wow, this actually does a good amount of damage now, instead of the usual it doesn't deal any damage at all type thing. Okay, the sprite really is not in a pretty position right now. Wow. Okay, sprite is dead. Along with the sprite. I need to be able to cast spells. There's not much more I can do against this guy here specifically. guy is dead again. I am going to use a barrel here on the boy. Alrighty, I think I should have the situation now under control. Basically, I want to cast Air Blast at lower level. Or instead of Thunderbolt, because that costs me less. Do so. Also, I need to have the boy basically in the front with the barrel, so he will absorb all the damage from whatever this guy throws at us. Because barrels are guaranteeing me immunity against all physical attacks, and anything that is not a spell that we can cast is considered a physical attack. Okay. That's kind of awkward. So yeah, I just keep the boy in the front compared to the other two. This will likely kill the girl because she has no longer any physical defense since she is pygmy. Oh, now she would be dead unless I can cast a spell with her, which I cannot. Replenish her MP. How much MP does the sprite have? 2. She can cast one more spell. I feel like I need to make good use of my spells here. He repels some magic. Hey, actually that does some damage with repelled magic, even though he should be resilient against anything. Oh. Alright, we win. He should be resilient against anything that is earth, and weak against silt. We did survive this, so that's a plus. Alrighty, the lady can just use this on herself. And we can now level up our spells up to level 3. So yeah, magic is really, really powerful at this point, because certain enemies just have not much magic defense anymore currently, so... But on the other hand, against an enemy like the Dragon Worm, not being able to use magic that actually deals damage would be more or less a death sentence, as we figured out a few times already, at least on very hard mode. The Dragon Worm is super troll, yes. The Dragon Worm is probably the most dangerous enemy in the game if you couldn't use spells on him that deal damage, since he has such a ridiculous moveset for you to try and deal with. It is actually rather difficult to do anything against him. Right, you can go back and use the spear now. I think that is fine. Also, lady, I would like you to give us another lucid barrier. Oh, it reflected off the sprite onto an enemy that was kind of off screen there. What? If you'd like to know what this is about here, exclamation mark, ancient, and that will give you a link as to what this little hack here is all about. I don't think I care about defense. I may care about balloon. Maybe I want wall. I'm just going to cast a few more lucid barriers until shit levels up. That way we now have level 3 lucid barriers. Will help us quite a bit. Basically, this game is now kind of more like a roguelike rather than anything else, just with Seeker of Mana tools, so to speak. Okay, there's another hot up here, that's nice. No one in here that I care about. Pretty much most of the NPCs outside of Fana, which heals you, Nico, which sells you items, Watts, which upgrades your weapons, and the Summon Spirit, all the other NPCs, they do not do anything for you outside of giving you a more or less funny quote. Right, we've been here before. Or have we? Yes, we have. Next floor, Nico's inventory is going to change again. So what the summon spirits I would like to find are Luna. Mostly Luna, really. Luna! No Luna here. Luna would be nice. I guess pretty much any of the other summon spirits would be nice to have, except for Shade. I don't really care much about Shade, because the only thing I would want to use Shade for is basic damage, since he has a really efficient spell, but I have Undini for that for the most part already, so not really much of a use for that. There's the exit. We want to find the Summon Spirit house first before we go to the exit. I wonder whether the lady... Oh, she does hit herself even when she is off screen. I was just kind of curious about that. Oh, here we have what? Hey, what? Greetings, Radionian. How are you doing? Good evening. So, Chobin's bow can get upgraded further to a siren. Whatever a siren does, let's check that out. Siren 5 out of 5. Wow, that's Marn's favorite bow. So that is apparently pretty strong already. No intelligence wisdom, but pretty strong. So the heavy spears are our strongest weapon currently. And the second one is the bow, javelin. Yeah, bow and axe. And greetings to you, it's early. How are you doing? What's this marathon tomorrow? Tomorrow? Exclamation mark. I forgot the thing myself. Good job, Breen. Let me actually look it up for you real quick. SOM marathon. So marathon. There we go. This is what it is about. Basically, it's a marathon about trying to complete all the solo character challenges in one stream with some extras added in there. That's the basic gist of it. You're well glad to hear that. Watching streams with your birds. Oh, that's interesting. I hope they enjoy the stream. Hey, Salamando. Salamando is actually pretty good overall, because Salamando allows me to engulf enemies in flames reliably by... Hang on, I'll check that in a second. By using the flame wall thingy. And I believe that's pretty much it. We can go towards the exit now if you find it, that is. Okay, let me check that real quick. I don't have the dashboard open normally. Oh. Manawatts donated $5. Thank you, I appreciate that. And says, does this PayPal thing work? Kappa. But this is towards the Legend of Mana incentive. It's not too early. What's since I missed one. Thank you, Manawatts. I really appreciate that. And sure, we can do that already, because why not? Might as well. technically the counter is already also going in the background, so might as well. Might as well. Let me update that spreadsheet then real briefly. And once again, thank you very much. Oh yeah, I currently have all of them at $1. I think I'm just going to count up from there. That's okay. Oh boy! We may have met our doom, actually. Sprite and the lady can potentially deal with this monstrosity here. Sprite, you need to equip the sword for increased intelligence. Then we do this. And we need another weapon for increased intelligence, but I think the javelin had one. It does. Alrighty. Basically, this guy on very hard mode just spams his spells to such an extreme degree that he does such ridiculous damage. It's really hard to deal with it. I'm just going to tank him with the boy's barrel and spam spells of the sprite and try to react to any of his spell casts by having the lady ready to cast a spell on her own volition. And also I'm going to cast spells from the lady, because now the sprite needs to replenish his magic, and the lady is free to continue the chain of spells. Okay, he's dead. Alrighty. With magic, this guy is actually manageable. Honestly, I think instead of making magic weaker for this ancient cave hack, it would be better if the fairy walnuts and MP replenishment was a more scarce resource for later on in the dungeons. Because dealing with someone like the with the Hydra there, you don't really have that much of an option. Trying to kill him before he kills you, his magic is just kind of the most straightforward and more or less one of the few ways how you can survive his onslaught of attacks, since on very hard mode the agility of bosses, the further you get, is cranked up by a significant margin, like a lot basically. And that means trying to survive and use melee attacks against the Hydra is, as you figured out, one of the more difficult things to do. Kind of not unlike the dragon worm. On the dragon worm and Hydra, we just kind of managed to burst them down before they could do anything. But trust me, that is kind of also the only way that I know how to survive against them currently. Also, place wall. Because trying to defeat those guys while they are actually running around is pretty rough. Kung Fu dress. Well, I mean, the lady will get an armor upgrade. I'm not sure that matters much. Might as well give it to her. It's only 7 more defense compared to what she has. 7 doesn't make that much of a difference. I guess we can give the sprite this thing as well. The wolf's armband gives you plus 5 agility, which doesn't really do a whole lot for you. You have a slightly better chance to hit. But evasion on these floors is not really much of an issue anyways. So it's okay. Boom. Is the mod ever going to deal with barrel silliness? I mean, what kind of barrel silliness are you referring to, if I may ask? If you are asking whether it's going to change the barrel mechanics so they are less strong, I highly doubt that. Because against certain bosses, that's quite literally your only defense. Because they are just ridiculous to deal with otherwise, unfortunately. Or unfortunately, I don't know. This hack can go many ways. We have no idea where it's going to be heading in the end. Are the character palettes always like this? No, they are randomized. Okay, there are only 2 NPCs, which means there's no mana spheres to be had on this floor. Now we're just looking for what's to upgrade our weapons if we want to do that, although it's not all that necessary, we could just go on. Hey, what's? Okay, which one is ready? The whip. Now we have a Giga's Flail. And the bow. That's pretty expensive apparently. Starting to run out of money. Giga's Flail at strength, that's actually pretty good. This will deal a lot more damage than before. And it is actually plus 10 strength each time it says it adds anything like that. And True Shot. Chance to stone. Wow, that's awesome. Right, we know a weapon for you. Sprite generally has rather low physical damage output, so giving him something that can petrify enemies, which reduces their current HP by 50%. What's indeed? Which reduces their current HP by 50% is actually tremendously valuable. So he has new inventory. Let's see. Cups of Wishes, we can get some more of those. Although I would like to have more fairy walnuts though. We can get 2 of those. Slightly increasing our defense. Good evening, Sultana. How are you doing? I just got an idea. If someone uses bits, open chest, a rabbit falls in it and chest closes. I like that idea, Bonsai Bear. It's just kind of, you would need to have someone make the animations for that though. We could have it a specific donation, bit amount for that matter. That could be a possibility. By the way, AI control characters are surprisingly good with the bow and boomerang and the whip, but not so much with the javelin. They go way too close up to the javelin. Petrified. That's why the sprite managed to kill this guy. I was afraid, I was petrified. Also, I would like to point out, those shopping hoods did a casual 150 damage to me. For the next orb, hey, that's nice. I'm actually very tempted to just go up and upgrade it at what's Sword Orb. Not too bad. So, want to heal up the sprite. Renew the this barrier. Leon is back. Welcome back, Leon. No, let's put it this way. I am free to choose specific amounts Bonsai Bear for specific animations. Okay, let's get what's on the next floor. Is it petrification? I don't know. I don't think the bow. Oopsie. Adds intelligence and wisdom, does it? No. Rings. Intelligence, wisdom, with the javelin. Alrighty. Oopsie. I did not mean to enter that yet. So we have the Minoros. Let's switch. To this. To the barrel. Alrighty, and then we can have them do this. This is fine. Eventually they will be able to damage the Minoros. And the Minoros, you would just take actions so ridiculously quickly, it would be difficult to deal with it. But at this point, just barrel him and put it into melee range. As long as you have a barrel in melee range of the Minoros, he will attack it, or a character for that matter, until they would be dead. But the barrel just kind of protects you from that. I would have upgraded them there, that's me. Yeah, that's fair. It's just, I feel like I should not have too much trouble currently, because magic is actually useful, or more specifically offensive magic is useful. So I think I'm fine with just trying to deal with this essentially. Also, I'm going to tell the that's not the lady. Tell her to charge up her weapon. Okay, now he's going to charge over to the right, and I need to make sure he does not escape. And also need to make sure here that the Minoros will not put this right out of bounds. Can he do that? Oh, I think he can no longer grab the sprite from over there. Because he is only using his charge attack here. And greetings on anti-nausea, indeed. Basically, it updates pretty frequently, from what I can tell. Alrighty, floor 9 clear. We are making more simple progress than last times. So that's a plus, but we still have 14 floors to go if you want to beat this. 14 more ridiculous boss fights. Let's see how that's going to work. Or if that's going to work. Another Axorb, nice. We have 2 Axorbs now available. Oh boy, and we have the Mana Fortress. Let's exchange weapons here. Push back to the boy as the lead. Yeah, I was wrong. It can have up to 3 exits on an area. Also, I want the lady to stop charging out to level 1. Kunkuras. Okay. You haven't gotten past boss 2 on super hard yet. Well, depending on which boss it is, it can be kind of difficult to say the least. Especially if you don't necessarily know how to deal with them. Oh, we just stick to the left hand side and keep going towards the left. Okay, the teleport timing is greatly reduced, which means they will teleport a lot more frequently towards my position. Which is great. This is not so great though. Try instead. Only if this right. Oh, in this case I will loot one of them. Balloon is just so good in this context here. Alrighty, I want a new Lucid Barrier, please. Boomerang Orb. That's pretty neat. Maybe Boomerang can have all the petrification on it. Okay, this sounds like a Terminator up here. I should be standing at the top of the Terminator. Alright, that's fine. As long as I'm up close to Terminator, they are not much of a problem, because they can literally not hit me. But AI control characters have the tendency to stand just far enough away that Terminators can hit them. So I kind of want to avoid that from happening by having him turn away and face the other direction and not hit towards my AI control partners. Sandwich. Oh, tomorrow is going to be a sandwich day for me. Going to try to prepare 5 or 6 sandwiches from the stuff that I bought today. Just to last the journey. Not going to be particularly fancy sandwiches, just kind of work, so to speak. You really do not want to get hit by this guy, which is easier said than done. Don't think they are Dark Element. Level 22, which means we will level up soon. The other 2 characters as well. There we go. Which means the lady should now have MP again. At least that's the theory. No, not yet. Okay. Means I need to use the sprite's MP for now. Petrification is amazing. Yay. Barrel, nice. All forgot to cover the sandwiches? Yes indeed, thank you a lot. That is what I did wrong last time essentially. And I did buy some wrapping. Make sure that doesn't happen. It should be fine. Oh, the lady did level up after all here. A whip orb, nice. Whip is getting stronger and stronger. The main reason why I like the whip is because AI control characters seemingly are really good with the whip overall. Like, I couldn't do much better as a human player. That's nice. You'll need to find what? All the enemies just spawn in top left corner there, okay? I'll leave you there, I don't mind you being out of my way. By the way, I knew 3 enemies spawned because it was lagging pretty heavily all of a sudden. I guess it's not pretty heavily, it's more like it was significant enough for me to notice. That's kind of what I wanted to avoid. Okay, there we go, inside. Now we have plenty of time to do stuff. I'll just revive the sprite. And then heal everybody. And that's pretty much all of my MP. Or all of the latest MP. Oh, axe upgrades. I'm going to check that stout axe before I upgrade it further. If it has petrification, I'm going to keep it that way. Stout axe, chances low. Nope, not good enough. Doubles as a thrown weapon. Shield of rose parts. Okay, Nebula adds on the damage, adds agility. Probably less damage than before actually, because the previous one added strength. Aw, rump. Aw, I'm sorry, Dinostra. I'm not sure why the rabbit does that sometimes to people. Or actually seemingly pretty consistently to some people. So now we have a Verdis. Chance and Golf. Hey, that's actually really awesome. I really like Chance and Golf. Not as good as Petrification, but it's really good. Unfortunately, those guys here specifically cannot get engulfed in flames. They are immune to that status. I will want to remove that status immediately from her though. Arrow reaches level 1. Isn't it the bow that reaches to level 1 though? Also same deal here. I'd like to not have that happen. Petrification is just so good in this game. Fancy overalls. Hey, that's a new armor. Let's equip it. 22 defense. A little bit more than what we had before. And I'm contemplating giving the lady Fairy Walnut for Lucid Barrier. Probably should do that. I can't hit this guy. I actually have no idea how you hit swords. Like, I have no clue. I'm just going to go on here. I would have preferred if the sprite didn't die there. It makes it a bit more awkward now. Okay, let's look for a fairy walnut. Way she can heal up everybody. Also give us a lucid barrier afterwards to survive. This is how slippery ribbons are created. Oh. We need lap and some money to make this happen. Wait, what? There's already a coffee there in the box. Maybe he didn't see it. I wish I could make interaction between items, by the way. That I'll get put into the food box. Like, if you put iced tea into the food box, you literally just pour the bottle of iced tea into the food box instead of doing the reasonable decision and put maybe a cup of iced tea into the bottle. No, you just pour the liquid into it. And basically, just certain... I would love to be able to do certain interactions between the items in that case. It's kind of... the vampire kit is all doggy and wet now. Okay, alrighty, we have this thing here again. I need to exchange the sprites. Wow! The boy is dead. Let's exchange the sprites button here. The sword is still a Potsbalger, which increases the intelligence. Well, kind of like before. Physical attacks don't hurt the barrel at all. It's definitely highly beneficial to me. I also use Air Blast, even though it's not the most efficient... Actually, it is the most efficient air spell. But it's not particularly fast, and it also does not crowd control the Great Viper particularly well. It still helps us quite a bit here, because it's also the cheapest of the bunch. We need more MP for the sprite. Well, that MP is lost. Huh. Robin has subscribed for 4 ROMs in a row. Hey, thank you! Hype, good luck with the marathon. Thank you so much, Profness. I really appreciate that. I really, really do. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, sir. So, I'm going to do this. Hey, Profness, how are you doing? Once again, thank you so much. Okay, if you'd roll back. Let's try not to die, because this is one of the more brutal areas to try and traverse. Ah, hold the chair is petrified. Kung Fu dress, more Kung Fu dresses. So, I needed to hit this guy, otherwise he would have hit me when we passed by him. There was actually not much of a choice I had, because they tend to shoot when you are in their line of sight, the cardinal direction away from them. Oh nice, very well not. Back from 3 days in the sunny Phoenix, heading up a sports ball convention trade show booth. Oh wow, I hope that went well. Welcome back, sir. Probably had a nice thrill in fly-by instrument landing in Chicago. Not entirely sure what that means. It doesn't sound terribly pleasant. Or we replenish our shield. And then we heal up all the MP that we lack. Actually, money is much more of an issue than before now. So even if I find Watts, I might not be able to upgrade whatever I can upgrade before I kill some more enemies for money. And here would be the Mana Summon Spirit, but we already have it. That's not going to happen. What? Hey, there's Watts. Okay, which was ready. How much money do we need for... Alright, we got sword upgrades. How many sword upgrades do we have, in theory? Thought we could upgrade the whip as well. I guess not. 5 out of 5. Katzbalger is 1 out of 5. We could upgrade the Katzbalger by now. But there's not much of the point. It would only cost me more money that I don't have. As in the sword, I don't expect it to be that good, because the axe currently engulfing in flames. Only petrification would be better. And not even that necessarily, since some enemies cannot get petrified. And we have found all NPCs that are relevant, so let's get out of here. Sir, I would like to go through there. Could you please move out of? Thank you. Oh, that's an easy prey over there. Candy won't fit, that's unfortunate. For example, those guys cannot get petrified, but they can get engulfed in flames. Apparently they can no longer get hit while they are engulfed in flames. Maybe it's because he is casting a spell. Weird. 170-degree banking turn? That sounds like too much fun, to be completely honest with you. Okay, we have them under control. Probably want to renew the Lucid Barrier before we go in there. Let's see, what do we get? Royal Jam. I like Royal Jam. Alrighty, let's see. What do we got? I don't see anything. Oh, Hexas, hi. Files are your friends. So, as long as I don't transform her into a different form, we are fine. I'm going to give the heavy spear over here. Try to keep the sprite in the front so he can tank whatever might hit here. Try to push Hexas further down below so my allies do not get too close. Alrighty, here we go, that's fine. That's a good position. Essentially, Hexa's hurt box is pretty much around her chest and head area, but she does have a damaging pulsing aura around her tail. So you do not want your allies to be around at the bottom, you want them to be above her. And in her physical form, which she is currently in by default, she only uses Pygma's Glare and Dispel Magic and nothing else, in the sense that for the most part she will just keep casting useless spells since the barrel will absorb pretty much everything. And the only danger is when AI control character do exactly what the boy just did and try to go too close. So I just need to make sure that the sprite is the closest to Hexas, so he was always targeted by whatever spells she throws at us. Alrighty, that worked out fine. And welcome back, Moppleton. Is it feeling a bit too easy so far? So here is what I think, Moppleton. In a sense, it might be too easy. However, certain bosses like the Hydra and Dragonworm, I just don't see another way other than bursting them down with magic. So my idea currently would be, instead of making magic weaker again, my idea would be more in the vein of maybe make fairy walnuts more scarce, like only have them from chest drops and you cannot buy them, or remove them entirely. I don't think removing them entirely would be particularly great, since you do kind of want to have one or two of them just kind of as a backup. But I dare to say, because of the fairy walnuts you can buy them up to 7, and on many Nikos essentially, it might make magic too much of a simple and straightforward option for a lot of bosses. If it were to be, say, something that you want to use against very specific enemies and bosses that you just kind of don't necessarily have much of another option, it would be very pleasant to have magic for those. Like, I don't see a way to deal with Dragonworm or Hydra without just spamming them with magic. Unless you would want to change up the AI script or so. Time to send the bug report to Moppleton. Yagamoth trivializes all bosses with tactics. Who knew? Reduce them from chest. I think the amount from chest you gain is fine, honestly. Just taking them out from Nico is fine, because there are so many other items you can get. I don't think reducing them from chests would be all that great, to be honest, since you don't get that many in the first place. As in one specific item you gain from chests, it's not all that common to get a specific item. Like a fairy walnut, for next matter. But I do think it would be a fair choice to try and remove them from the buying table, so to speak. I'm not sure about casual. Maybe you can differentiate this between casual and harder difficulties, where you can not buy berry walnuts sometime in harder difficulties also. You could charge more for them too. That's a possibility actually. Like, if you, let's say, charge about 2,000 per fairy walnut, actually that might make it more tedious rather than not an option, so to speak. Because money right now, it feels like I don't have too much. Oh, no summon spirit here either. I don't feel like I have too much money. But I'm also not necessarily lacking any. Like, it's in the vein of... I could use more, and the reason why I don't upgrade my sword currently is because I don't want to waste the money, so there's some thought into it. And at the very beginning, the money was actually rather tricky to come by. So it works fine for that matter. Saturation on the barrel maybe, make it more consumable. I think that would probably be one of the balance possibilities. If you make barrel a duration, I think that would be fine, probably. Kind of hard to tell, really. I mean, they do trivialize. Actually, maybe they could get the same treatment as fairy walnuts. You just don't have that many. But if you then run into certain bosses like the Minotaur, they would just end up, well, I kind of have to use magic now. I don't have a barrel. Or the Gorgon Ball for that matter. And especially Gorgon Ball, if I could not use magic or I didn't have a barrel, he would just completely destroy me with his Earthlights. I did half the money on very hard for the latest update, which seems to work out fine. Would it be possible to add weapon modifier that deals more damage on hit to bosses? I like that idea. Kind of like... What was the modifier? Liberation? In Ragnarok Online? Where you put abysmal night cards into your weapon. In 10 I may introduce an even harder mode that would be intended to be largely impossible to complete. Just for fun. Just for challenge. In that case, actually, Moppel, if you intend to do that, what I would like to suggest to you is make that mode a single button rather than where you can tweak the settings. The reason why I ask is because that would just kind of give the player more of a sense of an achievement to beat that mode specifically. If it is just kind of, these are the settings I want you to beat for getting it. Like, being able to tweak the difficulty is nice in general, but it's more like a set specific challenge in that case. Personally, I like that better, but that might just be me. The Imbo Snake from yesterday that threw magic out every moment it could. Yep, that thing was ridiculous to deal with, and we already dealt with it. Okay. We have Hexes again. I saw she cast this spell magic, so I was not worried about the boy getting hit by something weird. Uh-oh. Boy is actually in a bad position here. You're fine. Except the lady is not fine over there. Currently trying to push Hexas further down. But the lady's in the wrong position over there. But as you can see, Hexas is just acting so ridiculously fast. If other bosses who have more AoE abilities do that, like Hydra, for example. It's pretty insane to deal with. Like, if I were to face Hydra, Hydra has both magic spells and AoE physical spells, so trying to deal with that is ridiculous. And I have no idea what else to do other than to just kind of spam magic on those. If you could silence bosses, that would be interesting. But it would need to both silence their spells and physical spells. I'm considering doing presets of settings anyway, similar to what Free has in the Z1 random, or Zelda 1, or Fred. I like the idea of presets, honestly, because I'm just going to be compelled to use the hardest setting on everything anyways, for what I consider to be the hardest setting. The Mana Beast would loosen beam 20 times in a couple of seconds. Yeah, I was actually wondering whether that would happen. Because that seems to be the logical choice for the Mana Beast in that case. Hey, what's up? Ooh, we actually got another Axe Orb. And now I don't have enough money for those weapons. I likely won't use that thing anyways, so I'm not going to upgrade it for now. Volch, chance to freeze. No! I need another Axe Orb now. I don't want to freeze enemies. Hey Ghost Eye, how are you doing? The thing about Loosen Beam is, if the Mana Beast just casts Loosen Beams more than once every few seconds, it will cancel out its own damage, and you can just kind of try and get hits in between that. Although it is also invulnerable while it is casting spells for the most part, so if it just continuously casts spells, it would never be vulnerable anymore, which is another issue entirely. At least not to physical attacks, so I would need to chain in spells with, well, more things. No, I don't wanna frosty them. No. I think I'm going to switch to the spear for now. Chance to freeze. The frozen enemies are generally untargetable, as if they are friendly, so to speak. So I'm not sure that's that simple. Again, very hard should be half of what it is when I tested it, I think. I'm not sure whether it's the same as its balloon. I mean, you need to also consider it like that. It's just, I don't think having a chance to freeze is inherently bad thing the way it is right now. It's just, I don't want it right now. But maybe later I would have some more useful chance to freeze. Also, it allows me to reposition enemies the way they are. I'm actually kind of okay with the chance to freeze as it is. It's just, well, it's a chance. If you upgrade your weapon, could be chance to freeze. If that happens, well, tough luck. So basically, how many weapons are there total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. So, to get a specific weapon orb from an enemy, it's a 1 in 4 to drop a chest, a 1 in 4 to get a weapon orb, and a 1 in 8 to get specifically a specific weapon orb. Actually, I think I'm going to upgrade the glove, now that I think about it, because I think it's also level 7. Oops, wrong thing. Which should make it pretty powerful overall. Hey. I don't have enough money to bring it all the way up to 7. Yeah, I need more money. Wait, do I have enough? No, I don't. Well, let's see what Zura's Rampage does. At strength. Okay. Probably better than... Yeah, it's actually a lot better than the Spears. I might just farm a little bit of money here. Ivy Amulet. Ivy Amulet is actually pretty awesome because it prevents being able to get knocked unconscious. Every floor has a pool of 64 items with 2 of each orbs in it. So if you're looking for a specific, any given chest has a 132 shot to have it. Right. Initially I just kind of read that as each floor only has 2 different types of orbs that it can have. Hey, this is actually kind of unfortunate the way this works out here. So one of my characters will get ballooned because the Mush Gloom is having a wall here. Also, I just realized she's still charging up her whip, which is bad news for us. Ow! Ouch! 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 So currently I can only target the 2 here, which is actually good for us. Oh my god. Mush Gloom is destroying them. Oh boy. That's why very hard ends up being actually very hard in the end. I didn't have a good method to deal with them. I probably should have just run away. Hey. We get an axe sword, 1 in 32. It also means I actually need more money. This is like 13,000 for an upgrade, isn't it? I was telling Phallex yesterday, I think I have 1 enemy on each tileset now that is a total pain to deal with. Mush Glooms are not usually bad if you can just stun lock them. But that's kind of the issue right now. I don't have an option to stun lock them. Yeah, 12,500. The blue mushrooms, werewolves, goblins, turtles, and splaining grey wolves in the mana pool. Actually, also the yellow eyes are pretty rough to deal with. Any items removed from the pool? Mush Glooms you can just generally stun lock, so it's fine. If you get the jump on them. If they get the jump on you, you might be in trouble. I'm not going to upgrade the bow, because it has petrification right now. I do not want to lose that. Oh my god. Shoot. Those bees seem to get faster as well. You cannot engulf those in flames because they are fire. You cannot balloon them because they are flying. You can put them to sleep though. I think the axe we're freezing right now is actually not too bad since it allows me to set up for combat essentially. Level 5. Quilted hood. What difficulty is this? Very hard, Jillian. Well, take care, Manabots. Have a nice evening, and thank you for dropping by. Lumina for level 4. Feel like I can use that. Alrighty. I'm just kind of trying to farm up enough money to be able to upgrade the axe further now. But I feel like the enemies are farming me currently, as it looks. So switching over to the sprite to petrify this thing. This should kind of deal with it. How much money do I gain per enemy right now? Oh my god. I expected to get killed there on the boy. Alrighty. Let's see, how much money do I have? 4,592. Greetings, TM Siler. How are you doing? Good evening. Nice. Okay, it's that basically. 1492. Let's see that again. About 200, a little bit less than 200 per enemy. So farming out 12,000 is going to take a while, actually. You're well, just got over the flu. Oh wow. Everyone got it this year. Yeah, usually. Glad to hear you're doing well, or at least better than before, so that's good. Well, no more of that thing. Very well not. Royal Jam. Royal Jam is nice. But I would like to find a Nico who sells me Cups of Wishes now. I only have one left. Those are the keys with what's in it, so my only option is to go up actually right now. I believe there's nothing over here. Yeah, there's nothing over here. Okay, Fana. Oh, Anika, let's see, what do you have in store for us, sir? And he does have, indeed, Cups of Wishes. Very, very handy. Maybe I should have saved the other items for selling. Let's see, do I have anything for sale? Oh, I actually have a tiara on a quilted hood that I can equip. A little bit of money on this end and nothing else. So weird to have not enough money for stuff. Because usually I do. equip. 17. 26. I do want to keep the lady alive, basically. I just do the other things. Whatever. It's habit. See, don't just Lucy barrier yourself, Lucy barrier everybody. And yes, the money was balanced out. You basically now have half as much money, Jillian. Money? Money. Compared to what you had before. Oh, hey, this lady here healed me to full. Although a fairy walnut is cheaper. Petrification. Successful. Well, that actually technically hit. It did not hit, that's good. So I do the same thing as before, just set up. As soon as he comes out, try to hit him. Maybe I should just wait, because I should have plenty of time to hit them. Boomerang orb. Oh, I wish I had enough money to use those. Golem ring. Alrighty. Definitely going to equip that on the lady. As I said, she needs to survive, since if I run out of cups of wishes, she is the backup plan. It just became more grindy, so to say. Actually, I think it's a nice balance between... Oh, hey Luna, that's awesome. It's a nice balance between no longer having too much money and having enough money. It seems to hit a pretty good spot at this point. I dare to say. That might just be my impression of it though for now. I mean, in the end, it's not wrong. You can't just stay on the floor and grind out until you get the stuff. Or you could also choose to try and just move on anyways, even if you don't have the current stuff that would make you more powerful. 21, that's a decent upgrade here. I really should stop. Why am I still throwing mediocre armor away? Because the power of habit is too strong. Power of habit is so powerful. Candy won't fit. No. We had to abandon the candy. So sad. Uh-oh. I think what I want to do... No, that was the sprite's magic here. Is absorb their MP. Because this allows me to use their own magic against them. Hello? Hello? You get out of that eventually. Wow. There we go. That took ages. Very well, not. That's nice. I think I do want to go ahead and train up the sprite's magic a bit. It seems like a good spot to do so. Then we absorb some magic from them. Nice. Chest guard. Chest guard. You don't usually equip a chest guard. This is just kind of something in between. And I keep forgetting every single time that it's something only for the lady or the sprite. I don't actually know whether the sprite can use it. Can you? You can. Alright. That's I guess for the sprite in this case. Rabbi's surviving that. Yep. Alrighty. Keep leveling up magic. Let's see. Level 4 is level 2. 8 is 3. 12 is 4. So I can level up magic all the way to level 4. I think I will probably just do this here. Because I'm actually kind of determined to beat this game for once. I probably need to do so while the magic is still powerful enough to allow me to, well, win essentially. This is just kind of a really opportune grinding spot. It should also allow me to eventually upgrade my challenge as well. Good afternoon, guy. I'm having a great day indeed, I hope so do you. Welcome. How are you doing, Sosh? Ow! 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 Not nice. Not nice at all. Currently, Gnome isn't dealing a whole lot of damage, so I might as well use Beatdown instead, which costs only 1 MP instead of 2. Absorb here again. The lady here. Oh, MP absorb definitely worked here. Alrighty, so keep leveling up Gnome. It's level 4 now. Let's level up this thing as well. So many chests though. Not the chest guard, that's something for the lady now. And another chest guard that is something for selling now. Okay, I'm okay with this. Also I need to heal up. I almost threw that stuff away again. I really need to be careful. Oopsie. Oh, whatever. We have plenty of time to do so. Oh. Maybe I should enter the cave from a bit further away, because I spawn exactly where I entered those. And that seems to be kind of bad news. Okay, Sylph is level 4, that's max level currently. No, Fireball's not going to deal a whole lot to those guys, but it will still level it up. Since they are fire element, they only take half damage from fire. Level 3 with Salamander. Actually, I'm thinking I'm through with the spells afterwards. Maybe it's just level 4. He's solid for once. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Alrighty, I already have Lumina up. I think for the lady it doesn't really matter having the spell upgraded. Let me check the magic levels for the sprite real quick. Everything is on 4 except Luna, which will naturally level up anyways, and Dryad. And Salamander, I guess. Okay, Wave only costs 2 as well. I just remember that. Because the cost is reduced, as it's actually weaker than Fireball, but more convenient to chain spells into. Power is still the same. It's the same as the original game. It's not particularly great, but hey, it's good enough. Burst probably kills those enemies. But before we kill them, absorb some more magic from them. Oh, alright, never mind, they are dead. 999. Hey, more chests. Berrymon at 1 fit. Royal Jam, 1 fit. Did you consider leveling up Gnome on the late to get rid of freezing on the boy legs? I did not, no. That's kind of clever. The thing is, it does not last long enough in my opinion for it to be worth the MP investment for using sabers anyways currently. Not a bad idea, but as I said, I don't think it's worth the MP investment currently to do this. Alrighty, how much money do we have? Not even enough to upgrade the axe. Huh. Axe plus Lunar Roost will at least be able to kill them. Probably should level up Luna, I guess. Those durations. For the weapons, it's actually charges for the sabers, not a duration set. Which might actually be better if it was a duration instead. It would be kind of weird for me, but make it overall a bit easier. So, well, I guess I'm just going to go ahead and grind out more levels for the axe. the rabbi water element? It might be. Never considered that. But they do splash into water, basically, so it would make sense, almost. Hang on. Let's try to put them to sleep. Let's see whether that works. So here's a good use for snowmen. It allows me to push enemies around. It's actually interesting. In this case, it would be better to have shade. Because shade would deal all damage, the same damage to all of them, which would be actually kind of nice. Probably in the food box. No? Oh. That's kind of cute, Bonzabio. I like it. Max reaches level 6. Royal Jam 1 foot. Got a spear. Wow. Spear is getting really powerful now as well. Well, if it's same. Spear is level. Oh, that's the axe, level 8. Spear is level 7. Still need more money. 12,500. On the bright side, I'm actually leveling up higher than I usually do, so I guess I just naturally get further through that. So I'm actually not going to bother killing the sprite, the remaining thing over there. I'm trying to keep those guys together, because they spawn at the exact same place where we basically leave them off. So, greetings Red Rover, how are you doing? So I kind of want to have them immediately inside for the sprite. Also allow me to cast spells on them basically right away. At this point I don't necessarily need spells anymore to kill them, but it does make it a little bit more simple. Straightforward. Oopsie, I did not mean to enter there right away. Could be bad now. We are in fact in a pretty terrible position. Oh god. No! I feel like... No, we didn't level up yet. I want to replenish my... energy shield, but I don't have enough for that. Alrighty, let's go and return to what? I think he was... A flower? Question mark? Was in here. This was Nico. I need to lady to survive. She still dies in one hit. Yep. That's just kind of how this goes. And it's on the floor 13. This is fun. Hi. Is it barrier level 4? I think what's is further down below. Now we're gonna upgrade the axe. So I think those are weak against gnome. If not, I will still kill them. Okay, they are not weak against gnome. But I still kill them. A whip orb? Wow. I don't think I have enough money for the whip orbs. It's in here. Left or right? On the left. Hi, what? I have an axe to upgrade. I have everything to upgrade. Wow, I did not even realize that. Mega axe. Apparently the next upgrade is 25,000 gold. Oh, they are not going to get anywhere near that one anytime soon. But I do want to upgrade the whip, because there's opportunity or the possibility of getting petrification, and it's not that expensive, so just a few more enemies and then the upgrade whip and move on. It actually kind of seems sometimes that I get upgrades for all weapons from certain chests, which is kind of interesting. Hello, enemies? There's no problem, yep. That's what I said, and that's what I thought. And to be fair, the little amount of money I would have gained from selling stuff like spiky suits or chain vests would probably not change things a whole lot. That is, what, 60 gold or so? 75 or so? It's not a whole lot. Alrighty. I actually didn't even check out the Mega Axe, chance to freeze. No! Well, I guess we have chance to freeze now. The baseline. Which, considering how quick the enemies kill us, is not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe that's even more beneficial to me than I realize it is. Greetings, Sir Don Calot. This run looks good. This run looks pretty decent overall, I agree. I'm going to upgrade the whip, I guess, in the next area. Let's try to find our way through here. Actually, I'm going to... Petrification. Oh, good. I try to have my allies in a way where they immediately attack as soon as the thing gets unfrozen, essentially. Wow! That's not nice. There's fun down there. Upload one crit. That was 100% in this category. Getting all the way. Did I go already? So, I use Revivify here in order for us to apply Lucid Barrier. That's the entire reason why I use Revive Fire Dash. Because then we heal everything but Funna, and everything is okay. I feel like I should go with the sprite in the lead now with the bow. Wow, Beer could now also go all the way up to 8. Well, everything is... Oh man. Do you wanna build a snowman army? Hey, come on and let's play. To the Javelin Orb. Wow. What time do we have? 7, 8, 6, 7, 4, 5. Impressive overall. What happens if there are no more weapon upgrades available from Appleton? Do we soft block? We try to kill a boss and we'll have all the weapon upgrades. Nice, good job, Swaggy. I think this is the area where we go to the next place. The vacation set in. For some reason I could no longer hit the mushroom dash. Also, I just found a use for Shade. I think Shade would actually be really good against those mushrooms, considering I could dispel them, but they no longer have their spell shield. Well then, let's see what awaits us in here. Also, which other Katzbalger still has plus strength, intelligence? That might be interesting. That looks like a vampire, or Buffy for that matter. Lady, it's your job. I'm just going to stay on the side here. He will likely die from this, but it's okay. Didn't die from this. Actually more than okay. He also didn't get put to sleep, so that's a plus. You loosen beams, I think deal max damage. Actually, one seems to deal max damage already. And the boy should survive it, because he has to loosen very long. Okay, one more hit, and he's dead. Magic is definitely really crazy strong. Bye bye. I feel like with magic this powerful, we can probably just straight up run through and demolish most bosses. Did you do a 100 secret murder run at some point? Not yet, no. Petrification is so good. Crazy. Oh. Kind of what do you want to avoid? I don't want to build a snowman, thank you. Oh. We can still buy fairy walnuts from Nico if we find him, so I should definitely keep up Lucid Barrier here. We found the exit. I'm actually very tempted to just go, and I think that's exactly what I will do. Candy, one foot. I wonder what happens if you open a box and then immediately step onto the exit. No clue. Alrighty, we can do this. Oh boy. It is basically your job. And I'm going to speed up this process by introducing critical hits to this equation. I could also have the spray throw some fireballs at it. These fireballs seem to deal a good chunk of damage here. I think he's dead. Yep. Alrighty, I actually bursted through his healing process. Alrighty, where are we here? Cannot frosty those guys, which is actually kind of nice. Because that means I can't just straight up hit them with the axe. No repercussions. You cannot petrify those guys because they are usually the guys that petrify you. The real boss? I mean, for all intents and purposes, he has the boss theme. He has, I guess, an orb after you defeat him. In the German guide, he is listed under the boss section. I'd have to say he's a boss. Music is so good. It is, I agree. It's really awesome. Alrighty. Where are we? Not here. Okay. Werewolves cannot be ballooned, but you can engulf them in flames. Fun fact. I apparently missed everything. That does not help us. I also think enemies start dodging now, basically, so need to be a bit careful about that. Wolflord is petrified. Sprite with his puny bow is just kind of the strongest character or weapon I have. I guess it's not that puny, if it just basically petrifies and destroys their HP. So yeah, maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't know whether he would be considered the boss in the all bosses category, but I would consider him to be a boss, personally. So many critical hits. And they won't fit. Alrighty, we already have the summon spear from this floor, we know that much. We could fight Nico, he has a new inventory. So we could get new things from him. Yeah, I figured that would happen. Not necessarily needed. MP on the sprite, but it was just kind of the one way I knew how to make sure they were not doing silly things. Apparently the book cannot be crowd controlled by pretty much anything, from what I've just learned. Oh shoot, that's a Wolflord. Wolflord is petrified, so that's a plus. So I think I'm just going to use spells on the Doom Sword. Not sure how much that will do. Apparently enough to kill him. That also did enough to kill the boy. It's less than ideal for us. As usual, I stand right next to him with the boy and hope he does not target the other characters since they are not clever enough to stand close to him. Snowman. I would like to renew Lucid Barrier. Invest. Very well not to do so. here. Let's see. Where can we go from here? Not it. This is actually a way we can go. Next time I see Watts, I definitely want to upgrade the whip. Hoping for some good status effects. And here's nothing. Oh, we just need to go back now. Should be fine. Fine. You did not have that. Oh, nice, a door. Let's see. Nope. I think I found almost all the regular NPC doors. I'm still looking for Vanna, for Nico, and for Watts. No clue where they are. Hello, Zila's outside. How are you doing? Good evening, sir. Hey, Vanna. Thank you. You should also have enough money to upgrade next level. Upgrade the spear, but I don't know whether I want to upgrade the spear. There we go. Oh, he goes. The crits, and it was down. Down for the count. 400, almost 500 damage to that poor Terminator. I'm jamming that. Nice. We now have 3 of those. I like them. Prevent getting petrified. Put to sleep, excuse me. Prevent getting put to sleep. Also, they have pretty decent defense. Means we need to go down here now, I guess. Oh, or not. Or not. Oh. Basically, I would be kind of lost in these areas if I didn't just kind of stuck to my standard strategy of always head to the right-hand side. Which is not the most efficient thing to do, I don't think, but it's reliable, and I don't have to think where I'm going. I can focus on fighting the enemies instead. It's always scary when you need to walk down, because downwards you have the least amount of vision until you see whether the enemies are there or not. Don't know whether there's anything on the right. There is. That's actually the entrance, essentially. Hi. Or some MP off of him. And kill him like this. You don't necessarily want to get into the line of sight of these guys. They are kinda scary. Here's someone throwing boomerangs. I have no idea where that is. Kind of would like you to not bring that thing along. I'm getting more accustomed to using magic on regular enemies, because that seems to make a lot of sense. Especially against those weird sword type enemies. Actually, I have no idea what they are weak to, or whether they have any weakness in the first place. I might as well analyze them. .4 MP? That's kind of weird. Odd. They are not weak against anything. Or strong against anything for that matter. Three of those should do the trick. Maybe two are enough. So we are back in this fork. Keep exploring the right hand side, and here we have another entrance. This kind of has to be someone that we're looking for, or not. It's still all NPCs. No, we have not been here though, so I'm not sure where the rest of those guys are. Well, that's a lot of stuff to whack away. By the way, those Master Ninjas, they can critically hit. And that is really unhealthy for you. Just in case you would not know that. But I think that's kind of obvious. Them critically hitting you being unhealthy. And we won't fit. When is Asian Cave with subs? To be honest, I would rather make it Ancient Cave with viewers rather than subs, but I don't know whether that is all that of a good idea, to be honest, since it would be pretty difficult to have people not die left and right, I think. Oh, we can actually cross to that mask thingy. I was not entirely aware. Also, the mask is weak against light attacks. Oh, fairy moment, that's nice. Kind of what I'm looking for. Another upgrade. For once, I'm no longer looking for orbs, because I guess I've gotten that far in the Ancient Cave. It's pretty much a first for me. Not entirely true, I've gotten to level 16 before, but that was not with every floor having a boss. That was with the old settings, where, well, bosses were just only every few floors. Skull bracelet. Okay. Bolted hood. 24 defense. Sharing the IP? Oh, I did not realize you need to share IP for that kind of thing. I guess that would be a bit of an issue. But I'm sure there are ways and places around that. I have not done online play at all anytime recently, so I have no clue anymore how that works. Gold bracelet. That's nice. More defense. I don't know whether gold bracelet has any special properties to it, outside of it having the defense amount. I do not know. Hey Nico, let's see, what do you have for us, sir? Greetings, Gaius Ultima. I'm doing quite good. How are you doing? We get full restock of royal gems and ups of wishes. That is pretty nice. No fairy walnuts, unfortunately, though. So need to be a bit more careful about using those kinds of things. Going to cast heal on the boy already. Oh, I expected the boy to die dash. Because he was dragging along the mask thingy. Rather unhealthy. Okay. Do you think I want to just put him to sleep? Apparently this guy cannot get put to sleep. That's bad. That is fine-ish. Oh. We want to survive, so I give her MP, so we can cast Lucid Barrier here. Even though Fauna might just be in the next area up above in the room, they're going to do that. Hey, what? So, as I said, I think upgrading the whip has the highest benefit, potentially, since the lady will not switch off the whip. It does decent damage, and it is just pretty much the best weapon in my opinion anyways for AI control characters. Hi. Okay, which one is ready? I could go and upgrade the spear. Do not upgrade the bow. Nope, nope, no sir. There's Rampage. Do I want to use the... No, I don't want to use the glove. Actually, it doesn't matter much, but I guess the spear is likely a better choice. Mecha Halberd. Let's see. That's agility and dragon damage. There are no dragons currently in this game. Unless Basilisk counts as a dragon, which I don't think it does. Which it could though. Okay. I've arrived at the next intersection here. Hi. Let's see, what do we have here? Texas. Alright, that's fine. I need the boy to stay further away from Hexas for safety. I'm going to give him the Mecha Halberd in this case. And I don't need to have the sprite basically in the forefront all the time. Fine, we win. simple enough. Access is definitely one of the easiest bosses to defeat if you have a barrel. You just need one. Then you win. Unless you mess up the setup. Then you might need 2 or 3. And a few cups of brushes. There we go. We reached level 16. We have tied our previous best. If I remember correctly, last time I got straight up one-shot in floor 16. I don't know which floor it was, but I've gotten one-shot a few times already. I think I've gotten one-shot in every floor, as in my entire party one-shot. I guess it's not one-shot, but you get the idea. In every single area, except the Mana Fortress, because the Mana Fortress is new. That's the only reason why I haven't gotten one-shot there yet. So, alrighty. We know Nico has a few things that are somewhat worthwhile, but not necessarily terribly so. Do I keep the spear on the boy? I think I do. That's fine. We don't really have much of a use for him using the axe, which freezes enemies, for now. The Micah Halberd doesn't do much less damage, so that's okay. If you find Watts, we might be able to... upgrade it even further. So yeah, enemies now have evasion, which means perfect hit starts to matter for us. You don't want to mess with turtles if you have the choice. Turtles are really strong. Although, killing fishes is fine. I guess agility would be nice for higher chance to hit. So, but perfect hit would be even better than that. Tiger suit. Tiger suit is for the sprite or the boy. The lady needs a tiger bikini. Who do I give that to? Probably the sprite for now. And Green's A4. How are you doing? And also, Gaius Ultima, I hope you're doing well, and I'm doing quite excellent. Sorry for not reading the entire message earlier. I was a bit absorbed by the game, which... yeah. I do want to check the huts in this area. Not without risk, but I think it's a risk worth taking, trying to find Nico. Actually no, trying to find Watts, and more importantly, trying to find with the element I already have from this floor. We are only missing Shade, I think, actually. No, we are missing something else. Who are we missing? Shade? Actually, yeah, that's just Shade, isn't it? The lady has all spells, and Sprite needs Shade. It's just Shade, nothing else. Ow! Ha! Giving the sprite the armor already paid off. The sprite would have died without the armor here. Okay, I want. Basically, as when I was setting up and couldn't do anything, just the enemies close in from all sides, and I figured, oh, that was not good. Oh. You really don't want to get hit by the turtles, especially not if they are flying towards you, since they can knock down your entire party and then afterwards just swing their sword or lance and essentially just straight up kill you. It's rather unpleasant, as you might imagine. Okay, time to refill the barrier. Oh. Okay, alrighty. We know now that oopsie. We already have the element from around here, because there are only 2 NPCs in here, so what we want to find are Watts and Nico. Actually, I'm not even sure we need to find those necessarily. Nico will still have the same items as the last floor. Actually, the one difference is that I can level up my spells now, one level further. Maybe I should do, but I feel like level 4 spells on the sprite is sufficient. Wow, I made the loop around the entire area, apparently, just by going down left. Oh, and the exit is right here. Okay. And by me. Get whacked. Alrighty, what do we have here? That looks like a job for the sprite. Spalger for more intelligence. And what are you? I think you are the Hamlegikus. Oh, alright. Oh, that boy got hit by Blitz Breath there. You can actually not absorb MP from the Hamlegikus. He reverses that effect. Thank you. Also, we are apparently too far out of the way. Oh, what? Okay. I thought the sprite would be able to tank this. So... just going to... oh, lady does not have any MP either. Thank you. Alrighty, I think this should be plenty enough. I don't have any barrels anymore. This will hit the lady. Okay, with this I'm just going to deny it with... candy. Okay, here's that. From the Giga Stone. He was really spell heavy there and did not even disappear once. That's kind of interesting. Got a Javelin's Orb. Yay! I believe the lady has no MP left. Yep, still. So, here we go. I do want to have Lucid Barrier. I am not comfortable without Lucid Barrier at this point. Pretty sure enemies will one-shot me eventually with Lucid Barrier up if we could go on for much longer. But we can actually not go on for that much longer. Here, Spritey, you go and get your trusty bow again, and we take the Sprite in the lead once more. There's the one boss who would get targeted by Shade, which is Dread Slime, but Dread Slime isn't... Oh, hi! Dread Slime is not even in this version, so we would be safe anyways. Hi Nico, you have new stuff now, don't you? Well... Not useful. Not really. I guess we have new helmets. Let me actually sell stuff real quick. At least I think we have new helmets. Which one is more expensive? 366, 466. Alright, the quilted hat is better, so the lady keeps that one. Those things are actually pretty valuable. I didn't realize that. But the items will also be costing us quite a bit here. So let's get one frosty ring and one more cap. I think is... I'm not sure the frosty rings are better than what we have. Really not sure. This is better, I know that. Let's see. Less defense actually. Okay, we don't need the frosty rings. This is going to be a bit tricky because we did not get a fairy walnut refill. We did not get a barrels refill either. So we'll just kind of need to keep moving on. Uh-oh. Yeah. Trying to hit those guys when they have evasion is actually rather difficult. I think their cranked up evasion doesn't really not help us in our endeavors at all. Let's see. I'm looking to find watts to upgrade the spear. Although if I just find the exit, I'm going to the exit. I think at this point dealing with bosses is way easier than dealing with regular enemies. At least if I don't have a reliable MP refill. I actually kind of do with Lumina. Let's see, Mecha Halberd gets upgraded to Partisan. We could actually even upgrade one further apparently. It is up to 9. Perfect hit rate and that's Constitution. Well, that's actually nice right now. I might actually just straight up keep that for what it's worth. Since perfect hit rate allows us to probably just perfectly hit bosses. I'm actually not even sure about that, but I kind of assume that's how it works. Dispel magic. That's rude. Alrighty, let's see. Blower Bell 17. Who are you? You look angry, and you look like you are weak to ice. Fire Breath, that will only hit one target. The sprite is currently not weak to that. Oh! might actually be bad if he just chains us with spells. I think it's actually clever if I use Analyzer on him, to stop him from doing so much stuff all the time. Maybe not. Okay, Sprite, why can you not do anything? Oh, he's still engulfed in flames! Holy smokes. I need to loot his still body. How long does that last on the Sprite over there? Still cannot do anything with the Sprite. Oh no, come on. You should be out of magic soon. I still cannot do anything with the Sprite. No! What a rude guy. The Sprite was engulfed in flames for the entire duration there. I did not realize it would last this long. No. Rip. 17 it is then, yep. New personal best, I guess. Sadly, no trace of Che was ever found. Nope. Oh, I did not mean to close that. Open. Back up. Yeah, that was... Oh, stop closing random stuff instead of clicking on the tabs, please. That was less than ideal. I did not expect the fire gigas to kill me. His damage on everybody was actually reasonable with his spells, except for his physical attacks. They were just kind of ridiculous. If I had a barrel, I could have negated the physical portion and probably drained him out of magic, which, by the way, I think draining bosses from magic, like, well, magic heavy bosses like the fire gigas there, would be the way to go. Maybe agility is a little high. Double it. I enjoy this. It just kind of gives me a little bit more information every time I get to this kind of point. And next time I will have more of an idea what I'm doing. So that helps me tremendously. That looked kind of stupid. He was spell chaining. How are you supposed to win? It by spell chaining before he starts spell chaining, really. That I think is pretty much what you want to do. I wanted to try and get the Sprite to act again, but I should have immediately removed the thingy. I would have probably been able to act again in time if I removed the engulfed in flames from the Sprite. Gives you a taste of how bosses feel every time you play through. Fair. Indeed. Alrighty,